You ready? Okay. Kim, over to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Parati, Chairperson of the Charlotte Historic District Commission. The regular January meeting of the Historic District Commission is now back in session after recessing on January 11th. I also call today's special meeting to order at 1:05 p.m. Welcome back to those who joined us last week, and welcome to those who are joining us for today's special meeting. Also sitting on today's commission are Noel Bell, Chris Barth, Phil Goodwin, Jill Walker, Sarah Wheat, and Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, and Jenny Schugert, Jill Sanchez-Myers, our attorney, and Joyce Shannon, our court reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the Commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the Commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC will close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Okay, so
We ended with case number 10. We are starting with cases 11 through 16 from the January agenda. I have a few brief announcements about both the January 11th and the 18th agenda. Number 11, 1113 Myrtle, is going to be heard at the end of the January 11th agenda after application number 16. And for the January 18th agenda, number 3, 1741 Wilmore Drive will not be heard today. So with that, let's start with 501 North Poplar. Ryan and Ryan. Y'all come on up. And while they're getting settled, they were both just sworn in. This application is at 501 North Poplar Street. It's new construction multifamily. The existing structure was a duplex that was already approved for demolition back in September of 2022. And the proposal is outlined on page 1 of the staff memo. And the location of the project is here at the corner of North Poplar and West 8th Street in the 4th Ward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicants to make their presentation. If you would both state your names and spell your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please. And turn on so it's green. There you go.
Ryan Baird, RYAN, and then last name is BAIRD. And the address is 501 North Poplar Street, Apartment B, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And Ryan Tillotson, RYAN, last name Tillotson, TILLOTSON. Is it the address for the project or my own address? Okay, 5608 Indian Brook Drive, Matthews, North Carolina, 28104.
Thank you. And the slides are behind you. If you would help me out by stating the slide that you're describing or you'd like to go to, I will scroll through the presentation. I'm starting on slide 5. Thanks.
Sounds good. Well, thank you and welcome. Thank you for hearing the presentation today. As mentioned, I'm Ryan Baird, and where Shuey and I own the property. Shuey is my wife, and then we also have Ryan Tillotson here as our architect with the Intech Group. To start us off, our main priorities for the development are to improve the lot and the community while having extremely sustainable and energy efficient features. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of having a historic property. Thus, we're creating a unique 2024 modern building that'll fit into the entire neighborhood better than the previous building. We're hoping that much of our research and planning shines through to draw inspiration from the neighborhood without copying any other building and end up having character that fits into the neighborhood. We're also trying to create social space for community by adding shared spaces to connect to the tenants with public spaces through the porches and roof deck.
And last thing to kind of add to that is also we're looking to add density into the neighborhood itself by making the current property, which is a duplex, into a triplex. Go to the next slide.
Next page.
Ask you, is she going to be speaking on the project at all?
I believe she'll be online to try to answer questions if needed,
Okay.
but she won't be speaking at the moment.
Okay. Let me just see. We need to make sure she's sworn in if she does speak at all. That's why I'm asking.
Can we swear her in as right before she speaks?
Sure, we can do that.
We might have to do the same for John Mang, who's also with the architect.
Okay, sure. Continue. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. All right. So the existing site remains today planned for deconstruction and donation early February. And thank you for the approval of that. After the sustainable warehouse in Charleston was able to handle the workload from Hurricane Ian, we were able to get that process moving and started and planned. So we're getting quotes lined up from the deconstruction contractors now and getting them finished lined up and having that deconstruction start soon. Next page. So on the top left, we'll strictly be protecting the 2 large maple trees. That's definitely the tree canopy and value trees of our property. The tree protection is starting before the deconstruction begins, and all other vegetation is to be removed, and a lot of it will be replaced, as we'll see on the site plan. Next page. So as far as context, as asked, we've tried to look mainly for homes that are both historic and multifamily context for inspiration, yet none of the properties within the immediate context definition are both historic and multifamily. Thus, we have a need to take exception to the rule and look further into the neighborhood. Yet we've still focused on the historic properties and multifamily properties as the main inspiration, including drawing inspiration from nearby properties. The Fourth Ward certainly has a unique mixture of multiple architectural styles and eras. The immediate context nearest our home is mostly comprised of 1970s homes with a few historic single-family homes along 8th Street and more along Poplar Street. The south of us on Poplar Street in the immediate context has mostly historic single-family homes.
So,
All right, let me pull up the PDF on my screen so I can see a little bit better. All right, going through the context, first in the top left, one of our main inspirations has been the Berry Hill House. So that's in a context example, especially the cornices, trim, Italianate style. Moving on, just to the right, the window trim context, especially at the top, having just a simple horizontal bar is one of the features we're looking to match the neighborhood. Just to the right of that, there's two examples of full width porches from historic properties. And that's at 323 West 9th and 312 West 9th. I'll keep going clockwise. Up at 601 North Poplar Street, the bracket and trim roof deck context gives a good example of railing and roof deck right next to the street. Door context, essentially a lot of our front doors we're looking for 2/3 stained glass, somewhat similar to the one at 315 West 9th Street. And we've got a couple areas where bump outs from windows and other architectural pieces. The context for that actually is right across the corner from us at 428 North Poplar Street. And another immediate context with Italianate examples, as well as similarities in trim, foundation, door trim context is just down the street at 424 North Poplar Street. Another example, a little bit different fashion, yet still Italianate detailing for brackets and cornices is at 420 North Poplar Street. And that's also right down the street. Another window example context, just down the street on the side at 416 North Poplar Street. And then just down the 8th Street is the, I guess, second nearest historic and multifamily property, and that's context for porch and balcony that we have as far as multifamily. Going around to Pine Street at 513 North, there's context of porch and balcony as well. And we already went over the window and door trim. So Ryan, you want to add some?
sure. Just looking kind of, at the broader spectrum of the neighborhood, and Ryan already kind of mentioned about it, the uniqueness of Fourth Ward and kind of the dynamic range of the homes that are within there. We really kind of try to stick to what we have along our streets to work with and work alongside of the neighborhood. So primarily looking at Victorian features, massing, things of that nature. But also taking some of the cues from some of the homes around that have this little bit of mix between this, some of the Queen Anne styling, but also some of the Italianate features. So really trying to become something that's ingrained within the neighborhood is what we were working with within this design.
Next page. All right, another context page. Essentially, one of the main things I want to emphasize is actually in the top right, where we have a townhome multifamily example with the expansive horizontal roof deck spanning across the whole thing in that case. That's at 300 West 10th Street. Let me go around clockwise first and I'll touch on some other topics. So another porch and directional expression example similar to ours on the Poplar Street, which would be our front-facing view, is just 2 houses down at 509 North Poplar Street. And that's also a turret example. Space and context, there's many examples in the neighborhood, but the nearest one that's similar to ours is just across the corner as well, between 428 and 424 North Poplar Street. As far as height context, we're looking down the street at 412 North Poplar Street. And going to the nearest historic multifamily property, looking at scaling and massing, especially on that side view, that would be at 427 North Pine Street. Another turret example at a multifamily would be 400 West 8th Street, nearby there. And just next to that, 400 West 8th Street, turret and windows and occupied space above a garage door at a multifamily. Another space and context example, definitely a little tighter in the Uptown neighborhood, is at 607 North Pine Street. And porch and windows, a newer multifamily context, but built to be in the historic standards at 609 North Pine Street. So let me touch on a few things. The first would be setback. So right in the area with our property, we've got a 14-foot front setback, and that's actually where our current building is. And we'll be moving back the thermal wall and essentially making that a front porch setback. Now that is a little closer than the setbacks on Poplar Street, but then if you look down at 8th Street, the nearest historic front porch setback is only 10 feet. So we're exceeding that in a significant way for corner lot.
Ryan, I have it kind of zoomed in on yours. Which one were you just referencing? That
The
was
one
at
I
10
was
feet?
referencing would be the pink house, the 10-foot, 11
The
foot.
over cash house? Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
Pointing everything out on the
Yeah.
screen for everyone else.
So for ours, the side setback is intentionally set back a little bit more compared to many other properties to protect the large maple trees mainly. And then there are some examples, even in the historic multifamily, of a 10-foot, 6-inch setback from the back of the curb, which we definitely exceed there. Spacing I've mentioned, really we're maintaining the zoning requirements of being 5 feet away from the lot line at the closest point, as well as the other zoning requirements. And with that, there's definitely nearby examples of that 5 feet and examples of a lot less than 5 feet in other areas. So the land area ratio is something we've seen commonly maximized, especially with the multifamily homes in the neighborhood. Such as the historic multifamily property right at 404 West 8th Street, where we show a 67-foot depth on the plans. It essentially has building dimensions to maximize the lot for the zoning. And there's definitely other non-historic multifamily examples of that, including the 2 of our neighbors on Poplar Street going north. Orientation, our existing home's a little unique, but I would say the front of it is facing North Poplar, even though they put the front door in the back of the house, which is a little strange, but we thought it would be best to match the orientation of the rest of the homes on Poplar Street. As far as massing, a little bit about it for now and the scale of the two historic multifamily properties down the street. Really looking at the exterior wall layouts. A lot of them have a large, long rectangular shape, very little articulation and setbacks and so on. That's very horizontal look from the side of each of those. And specifically for the two historic multifamily properties down A Street. Our new massing has various modulations and facades that we'll get into a little bit later that adds an appearance of separation in the structure. And then additionally, the townhomes at 300 West 10th Street really set a precedent for not just the smaller roof decks that you see in the neighborhood, but a large expansive roof deck, so to speak, where I feel like ours is a lot more broken up. But Ryan, do you want to add?
You got this one.
Okay.
Yep.
Next page, please. So this is essentially just image examples of the street elevations. So just for context, the first row is adjacent to us going north on Poplar Street, starting with, actually the second row is the first part of that, with our neighbor at 310 West A Street, where they have the L-shaped house. This is one of their multiple entrances. And then going down the street, you can see those are all 1970s homes. And then the top row actually continues that street with three historic properties, single family, as well as 1970 property and the townhomes at the end. Going down to the third row, that'll start to show the nearest properties on Poplar Street going south. So that first row on down, these are all essentially historic single-family home properties, with the exception of the 404 North Poplar Street. That one's more of a 1970s home. Next page. Now this will be going first down A Street. So this one actually from right to left, as if our house was on the right, you were looking at it from the street, is the layout. And so first we have that 1970s home as our neighbor, and then two historic properties at 314 West 8th and 326 West 8th. And then just right across the corner from that, visible from our lot, is the 427 North Pines. So that's one of the examples that's both historic and multifamily. And then the next example would actually be 404 West 8th. So that's continuing down 8th on the north side of the street, so to speak. Where other than that, most of those homes are newer. Next page, please.
All right, so here we have our elevations superimposed over the street surveys that were provided for us. Ours is over here on the left. We've worked very hard to try to maintain a scale that's comparable to the other homes along each street. So specifically with North Poplar, the appearance from the street itself, trying to make sure that the width is comparable to those. The ridge height that we have now is at 38 feet 2 inches. So we are proposing the same height as the other historical home just down the street, which was the highest that we found. And we also have a finial that we're proposing to put on top of the turret and on one of the gables, which would make it 40-foot high overall. I'll say with the massing of everything, we've also worked very hard to incorporate this roof terrace, but not in such a way that it becomes overbearing along the street edges. So we've chosen to recess some of those interior programming elements a little more centrally within the plan, which provides a little bit better, a more comparable height, I should say, to the relative historical homes. If we go just below to the 8th Street. Thank you, Christy. So here is the 8th Street elevation, kind of speaking to the massing of it, trying to break up the horizontal feel with different bump outs, recesses, roof elements, things like that to try to break up the length of the facade overall. It is similar to other homes along the street, but it is a pretty exposed face since it is a corner lot. So our 40-foot reference for the finial actually comes from the house just down the street. So over on the very left-hand side here, looking at its highest point and basically coming to that. Actually just below it, sorry. All right. Anything like that?
No. Good. Thank you. Yep, so this page essentially shows the demolition, tree protection, and prepared site plan as far as how we'll leave it for the new construction build. So we're definitely reusing the existing building foundation as the foundation for the front porch. One thing to note there, in case the brick colors are slightly different, we're trying to keep the reused materials just for the foundation of the porch. But then either way, we're reusing the CMU and the foundation portions for it. The tree protection we're putting in place before the deconstruction begins. So you'll see that before the deconstruction happens. And that's definitely a priority for us. We've talked a number of times with an arborist in the past, and we'll continue to have meetings as far as the new construction portion. Really where any air digging that are near the trees within a certain level will be air knifed and essentially have the dirt moved out without damaging the roots so that we can maintain those. So next page. You want to mention anything on the site plan, right? Survey.
So there's nothing too much to mention. We were trying to check and make sure that we had all of our bases covered here. Again, just kind of reiterating, most of these features are going to be demolished, except for those beautiful maple trees.
And for clarity, this is slide 15 and the existing site plan, right?
Existing survey.
Existing survey.
Yep.
Okay, there you go.
So here we have our design over the lot, the new site plan. So there was a big want within this project to have connectivity for each unit for this triplex at a street level. So kind of going to start off with the North Poplar side here where we have the porch. That's going to be able to be accessible by the the first floor unit. At the corner where we have the turret, that's going to be an accessible entrance for the owner's suite. And moving along 8th Street, there is a stone path and patio right next to the driveway, and that's going to be used as the third unit for the triplex. So we will be having the drive along the backside of the lot, and we are proposing that it will be built out of a masonry material. Have more information about that later on. We are also wanting to be mindful of kind of all angles from the street and how this is going to be viewed. So we are recessing our air conditioning units, trash storage, things like that on the backside of the lot, plan north there, and actually recessing that into the home, so that way it minimizes that view. Some of the materials that we're looking at using here, as mentioned, was the masonry materials for the driveway, but also looking at stone materials for the paths and patios. The porch, we're thinking about, some type of decking material for that. And then we're looking at a third different type of stone, natural look stone, for the path leading to the garbage and things like that. So as Ryan did mention, we are moving the thermal wall setback back 8 feet from where it was previously. So gaining a little bit more depth and space along that street edge. And we can also see the, direct relation that we're having to the kind of footprint of the building and trying to be mindful and the placement of that for preserving the maple tree down along 8th Street. Next one. I'll just quickly go over the plans, just to kind of get a sense of the space and the programming that we're looking at. So starting off on the left side of the sheet, so that's going to be the garage area, and then moving to the right side of the sheet, that's actually going to be the first floor unit. And also locating kind of where the turret is, with the stair, that's going to be the owner's suite access. Next, please. Thank you. Again, starting off on the left, that's going to be the third unit for the triplex, and everything towards the right, that's going to be the owner's suite. Next one, please. So here's the plan of the roof turret, or I'm sorry, roof turret. This is the roof terrace, excuse me. So like we've kind of mentioned already, it was really important to us to have this feature, but also have it not be overbearing to the street. So what we've done is taken that interior programming and moved it away from 8th Street, away from Poplar Street, try to make it a little bit more central within the plan. We're also proposing to have a pool with a pool deck. Again, just trying to be mindful and place that in an area that is going to be less visible from the street. We also have the roof turret that's coming up that's going to have an access point for the owner's suite. And all the rest of the area we're proposing to be open, connectivity space. There's going to be outdoor kitchen. There's going to be seating, things like that. Next one. So here we see the front elevation along North Poplar Street. So we are, to give a kind of a broader statement as we move into the elevations, into the materials, we are hoping to look at alternative materials, composite materials, things of that nature, for reasons of sustainability, maintenance, and we will be looking at those materials, though, under a very mindful eye of trying to find a good look and feel for its counterpart of the natural material. And we will be gathering samples for further meetings. So with this front elevation here, we decided to celebrate that corner since it is a corner lot with the turret. As we can see, it does have the access point kind of embedded into it for the owner's suite. You'll also see here at the lower level of that two-story porch, the access point for that first unit on the ground floor. So as we kind of have kind of stated, that expression of the massing itself, trying to slim down a little bit on that North Poplar side, have some recesses as you move further into the lot at that roof level, also moving those program elements further back into the lot. As we can see in that perspective view, it really starts to minimize its impact for those upper, those roof terrace level elements. So some of the materials, quickly go over that. What we're looking at for the siding, we're looking at a cementitious siding, preferably James Hardie Cedar Select. We're also looking at cementitious corner boards and trim features for the kind of porch elements, railings, columns, things like that. We're looking at composites or Fiber X as a possibility as well. And one other thing to quickly mention is the privacy fence. We are proposing the privacy fence to run along the rear and the right side of the home. Here we are recessing that privacy fence further into the lot, so it isn't in the same plane as the thermal wall. So this being the elevation along 8th Street, again, kind of turning the corner with that turret, we can start to see a little bit more detailed view of how we're envisioning breaking up this facade through the use of the bump outs, through the use of trim, things like that. One thing to mention with this elevation is that central kind of bump out, which is actually it's a recess, but it bumps out. So that recess is where the tree is, and that bump out we're trying to get a little bit more stylized with. We are still working through kind of the finalization of trim design, things like that. Any input would be muchly appreciated. One thing I did not mention before, the roof material. So we are proposing solar roof panels on the upper portions of the roof for the roof deck area, along the kind of roof edge and on the front gable element over the porch. For the roof on the turret, as well as the roof edge that's seen on the lower portion of the two-story porch. We are proposing that to be a composite shake roofing. Next slide.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate on that one. We're definitely looking at the recessed bump out from a style standpoint and how we can tie it in better to the front of the house. That's something my wife and I just wanted to match and jive better. So we're still working through options and figuring out which way to go there.
So this is the rear elevation, which abuts our neighbors on 8th Street. So this is where we're proposing to put the garage and driveway park area. For the garage doors, we're looking at, applied details, things like that, that actually fit a little bit better with the house, not just something that's going to be a plain garage door. We also have kind of the views of the pool at that roof terrace level. So due to code concerns, we are looking right now, we will need a railing. But again, trying to place that within the plan of, minimizing the view from 8th Street.
Yeah, we've tried to locate that in the far back corner. Like you said, to minimize the railing impact.
Yeah. And this is the right side elevation. Here we can kind of see that bump out for the utilities and kind of trash area, things like that, how that starts to impact the plan. So with this, it's a little bit, it's less viewed from the street, so we are trying to be very mindful of the neighbors, mindful of the neighborhood, but it is not as stylistically kind of broken up because of its, since we abut to our neighbors along North Poplar. I would like to mention, I think in the preliminary comments, there was some notes about the window sizes, proportions, things like that. And so if there's any comments to that, that'd be greatly appreciated. Currently, the windows are relating to the elements within the interior of the home. So as we can kind of see here, bedroom areas are, presenting themselves as a larger kind of elongated window, vertically elongated. Whereas kitchens, baths, things like that are kind of the shorter windows to still allow for natural light within the space. So I just wanted to add these as kind of a little bit more example of what this is starting to look like at the street level. So these perspective views were taken from across the streets of 8th Street and also North Poplar, starting to kind of give a range of how the upper roof terrace elements are starting to present themselves or how well we are trying to hide them. Just quick couple things about the sections. So we have the 2-story porch, which we're mindful about of trying to have relatable scale elements of porch beams, columns, railings, things like that, comparable to the historic homes within the surrounding context. There's some things with kind of rail heights, things like that with code that we are needing to stick within, but really trying to look for inspiration from around us and work within kind of the relatable scale. Next sheet. So here we kind of have the breakdown of the different kind of cornices that we're looking at around the throughout the project. So kind of starting at the lower right-hand corner, that is the cornice and kind of makeup of that roof edge that is the primary roof edge around the project. So we're looking at having bracketing as well as freeze boards, things like that. We move just north of that. This is the cornice detail that we're proposing for around the turret. And just above that is the cornice detail that we're looking at for all of the elements that are all the roof elements that are at the roof terrace level. With our window and door trim details, again, trying to take inspiration from context around us to work out those details. A couple of things to note. The glass within the windows, we're looking at using sage glass for those. And then for the door, we're looking at having a stained wood door. And then for each door, having a stained glass portion with that stained glass panel being unique to each entry. And as mentioned before, these materials, we are looking at cementitious and more composite materials too, of high quality composite materials to be used within this detailing. Anything else?
And Christy, can we go to the supplemental PDF?
Really large document.
Yeah.
Taking a minute to scroll through.
Yeah.
Okay, so the supplemental information
Yeah.
starts on slide 37 and there's 38 for you.
Sounds good. Just a little bit more context. We talked about the stone pathways, took another look at the neighborhood. We are trying to get at least two different styles of materials in our pathways because we have a few pathways on the site, so they don't all blend together or look as one large thing, so to speak, and break it up visually a little bit. So I think the closest example to what we're looking for that's in the neighborhood that we found is the 316 West 9th Street pathway and landing right there at the bottom of the stairs. And then the others were more of a stone paver and looking at 316 West 9th Street and 427 North Pine. And, I just wanted to mention, as far as the brick foundation height in the top right, it seems that there's numerous examples of 18-inch foundations for buildings essentially of our size. So that was just one right across the street, for example. And then if we can go to the next page. So to kick off a little bit more discussion on the materials, we're really trying to find materials that are very sustainable, and that's what's driving it, along with doing a life cycle cost analysis, trying to figure out what's best for us, what's best for the property of the neighborhood, including maintenance, expected life, et cetera, while putting in a significant effort to find products that really mimic the more traditional materials in a high quality way. So not just picking the first composite or anything like that. Trying to find something that really fits with the style and the goals. And we'll do that while being able to best maintain the character that they bring to the home, as a lot of them have less maintenance and so on as well. That'll help us keep up with it, so to speak. And then, though we don't have samples today, we're definitely in the process of getting those, which we had them already. And we'll keep you updated and bring them next time, hopefully. And let's see. Yeah, and so far, maybe with a few things that we haven't seen the samples of ourselves, I feel like we've done a lot of research to find good products that use in this application that really do mimic the style of the more natural materials. Do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, that's something that's been, high priority, is if we're trying to make this kind of use of the composite materials, things like that, to really do our homework and do some searching for materials that are comparable to that look and feel, because that is something that is important to us, because we want to make sure that within the project we are matching within the neighborhood and not sticking out like a sore thumb. That's not what we want.
Yeah.
So
Do you mind going up a couple pages and could just talk through each material? Do you want to start with that piece, Ryan?
yeah, let's start with
39 is
39.
good.
Continue on. The commission usually looks at big things and then gets into materials, and especially with not having samples here,
Okay.
it might be better to save that discussion unless the chair disagrees.
I completely agree.
Okay, thanks.
Let's
Yeah.
maybe just touch on the significant ones, which, do you think we can skip this page?
I think so. I think some of the significant ones might be the roofing materials, so 41.
And if you will speak into the mic. You're talking. It's not a natural thing, so.
There you go.
Yeah.
Not
Thank
used to
you.
it.
Thank you.
So the solar panel that we're proposing here is at the upper left. So that's a Luma solar panel. And I think Ryan can also speak a little bit to it, but essentially there's kind of a mix between metal panels as well as the solar panels themselves. And then those are orientated to get the most solar use throughout the project on the roof. And the other material we're looking at is that composite shake. So from what we've been able to see from it, it does have a very well definition of characteristic of a shake. And also has the added benefit of it comes in a variety of widths. So it's not a uniform width that gets used throughout the project. It can actually be interchanged and help with that natural kind of look to it.
Yeah, and a little more on the solar roof. Christy, I don't know if you can try to zoom in to the image kind of at the top of that sheet. You know, we tried to find one that essentially a large roof that was a lot more unassuming than the other solar roofs and so on. And actually, if you can scroll up a little bit more, I'm not 100% sure if we'll be able to get a sample on this one yet, but you know, the images like this and others will give you a good perspective of what it actually looks like installed. Some of the panels have the solar component and some don't, but the whole roof is made of a similar material. Unless you're looking really close, that part you can't tell the difference. So. And then if you want to go to the next page quickly. Couple examples of, actually just one up if you don't mind. Couple examples of the different types of columns that we believe we found that match the style, and still need to see a sample of it ourselves on some of these, but expecting they'll fit well. And then we mentioned the window frames potentially being Fibrex. We're trying to find a good composite that really has a wood-like appearance, so to speak. And if you have any suggestions other than Fibrex, I'd be happy to hear it. But yeah, if we can go on to, sorry, go ahead.
The sage glass.
Yeah, but we'll talk more on this next page. So, do you have anything else at the moment? Nope. Okay. So, touching a little bit more on the energy efficiency and sustainability, you know, as we've mentioned, that's extremely important to us, including sustaining our own health, where the health benefits are actually the most important to us of all the topics. So a really key way we're able to preserve and reuse rainwater is through that social roof deck space, which will be draining down into a collection tank and have various filtration systems for some reuse. The solar roofing materials definitely generate electricity for the home and serve as a backup source for the home, which is important to us as well. And you know, especially if the utility company had an extended outage, it seems like extreme weather events are more and more common sometimes. And yet, the most important feature to us is actually related to the sage glass. So that's electrochromic glazing. We'll have to definitely bring in a sample to see it. Essentially, on the inside, it dims in a variable fashion and blocks the glare. It blocks the heat typically on the outer layer of the window. So we don't need any automatic exterior shades in that case. It saves energy on the capacity of the mechanical unit for that reason. It reduces glare, as I mentioned, while allowing the light to come in, so we can actually dim the lights and save electricity that way as well. And yet the most important part to us is allowing that direct sunlight in. I don't know if you know a lot about circadian rhythm, but there's a lot of significant healthcare benefits. And really it's having that daylight throughout the home is able to essentially get our body's clocks to go the way they should, so to speak. So it has a number of health benefits. And, you know, that's something really our nation's been emphasizing as far as energy savings, tax incentives and credits, both residentially and commercially, including for the electrochromic glazing. And that's really been a recognized and proven method that's been around in some ways for decades. And yeah, thanks for going to the next page. So the examples on the top left, they're not the exact examples that we'll have. And there are some customizations that we're still sorting through. We're trying to get it to essentially the most transparent of the options on the exterior. And it is really important to note, even though the inside has this dynamic dimming effect essentially on the glass pane of the window, the outside is essentially a consistent pattern. So you don't see much of that. You might see a little, just as if somebody had a shade closed or automatic shade inside going up and down. But the predominant part of the exterior remains the same. And we're still sorting through the colors. So essentially in the top right, the sage glass clear is when there's no dimming at all, or no electrochromic glazing effect, so to speak. And then the other three colors, the blue, green, and gray, are a standard option for the exterior piece. So there is a little bit of a tint to it that we're trying to minimize. And right now we're leaning towards the gray in order to minimize that and work on getting a sample. Do you have anything else to add? Okay. So in conclusion for this part, thanks for listening to the presentation, working through this with us, and during this exciting time. There's a lot going on for us.
Thank you, Ryan Squared. Thank you so much. Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line?
The only two people we have are also with this project. If we can open it up, and if they want to talk, they'll need to be sworn in.
Okay.
Um,
Do we want to swear them in now, just in case they want to?
Yeah, John Shui.
Hey, this is John.
Hi, John.
John Mang, first name John, John, last name Mang, Mang.
John, were you sworn in earlier?
I can't recall, so we might as well do it for the
Okay.
formality of it.
Okay, thanks.
And my address is 18 Hummingbird Court, and that's Lake Wiley, South Carolina, 29710.
Is it just you, John?
Just me here, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see anyone else on.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, John, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. With that, I really don't have anything to add. Ryan Square did a fantastic presentation, and can't wait to be a part of the discussion here.
Okay, perfect. All right, commissioners, questions for the applicants? Commissioner Bell.
I have a couple. First, thank you for the presentation. Very well done, very detailed. Thank you. One of my questions is, just out of curiosity, do you have the size specs for the current structure, the current or existing condition versus the one in the presentation? I'm just curious about the height, depth, width of what's there now versus what's being presented.
I definitely don't have them memorized. It's actually got a flat roof. It's about 23 feet tall. And I want to say it's pretty much a 30-foot by 30-foot square cube, more or less. It definitely varies some and has some front decks and other things that may add on to that.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is on the parking. I thought I understood that there were parking pads, like parking ports, or does each unit get a spot in a garage? Because
So
I
the-
noticed that there were garage doors.
Yeah, so the intent is we'll have a garage that we have a spot for each unit inside. We're still working out some of the dimensions and turn radius and how that impacts part of the first floor. But I think we're actually pretty close.
Yeah, so there would be a, a three-car garage essentially, and then there is kind of an additional parking spot for a vehicle on the exterior side, just right kind of parallel with the driveway itself.
Okay, so 3 garage parking spots and then 1 additional
Yeah.
on the outside of the
Yeah.
structure. Okay, and then my final question is on the pool. I was fascinated with that, but I did notice, and maybe it's a question for the commission, that I didn't see anything in our standards regarding a pool on top of a multifamily. I just noticed pools, and there certainly is a size expectation at a single family. So did I read that correctly?
Did you repeat the question,
I was
Commissioner Bell?
curious on the pool. I noticed that there's a pool on the rooftop. I would love to live at the building, by the way. But when I was looking at our standards, the only thing I noticed was a pool at a single family. I didn't notice a pool at a multifamily. So I wanted to make sure, did I read that right? Did I miss something?
No, I don't think you did, and we definitely don't have precedent for a pool.
Okay, so I'll leave that for
Yeah.
discussion. Okay, thank you so much.
And let's pose the question to the Ryans. Your pool, where did you pull, what's the precedent you used for that?
Honestly, we're trying to hide it where it's not even visible from the street view, and it ended up where the railings had to be visible. And I think we're still looking at if we can move it in from the exterior wall a little bit to hide the edge of the pool a little bit more. So we weren't expecting we'd need context or precedent because we were trying to hide it fully. And the design just didn't quite fit that way because of some other changes. So, I think ultimately it's something originally we were looking at indoors. And it's, when we say a pool, it's one of the endless pools where it's like the weight and size of 3 hot tubs, so to speak. It's not like a massive pool. We probably couldn't afford the structure for that. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah. Yeah, again, I mean, it had moved a couple times throughout the project, and really kind of settling on that location as being the least impactful towards kind of the street views. Yeah, there is the possibility of kind of moving things in that might slightly kind of lessen that view of the railings that are needed for it, which we'd be open to looking at further. But as for a direct one-to-one context, there isn't any that we were finding.
Just kind of piggybacking off of that, because I think my question was, where's the precedent? And I'm gathering that overall the answer is you don't have it. As beautiful as your building is, and as much as I too would like to be your neighbor in this building, Noel, it's very important for you to clearly understand our charge here. And that is to the preservation of the historic districts while also making way for an evolution of these districts. And that means context matters, precedent matters. And when we're looking at not only the structures, you all gave a really in-depth talk about how you pulled from different structures within the area. That we're looking at that for things like pools. We're looking at that for materials. We're looking at that when we're looking at the rhythm of the fenestration along excuse me, whenever we are looking for the rhythm of the fenestration along the different elevations. I mean, they're from top to bottom, big picture down to tiny details, we are looking to make sure that we are keeping in the same language with the other buildings that are currently in the area, which is why we ask about precedent. So if you are breaking from precedent, we really need to know why that exception needs to be made. I need to know why that exception needs to be made. All of the different materials that you're introducing into the neighborhood, we need to know why you are choosing these materials, even though there's no precedent for it. And it's not to say that you bringing something or introducing something to us is we would appreciate you introducing new materials to us with samples being presented here, but it's very important for you to understand that there's a high threshold for those to be approved. So, you know, our Secretary of Interior Standards, which is 2.5 in our guidelines, talks about this thing, about how we should keep in context, how we should make sure that the buildings, even the new ones that we build, are that they fit within the context of their surrounding areas. So it's just something to think about. I think as we continue to talk about your project, we're going to start from the top, and we're going to take a top-down approach. So we probably won't even get to materials today, but moving forward, it's really important that if you're introducing something new, you explain why, and you bring in the materials and reasons for why we should be considering it. All right, Commissioner Wojcik.
Can I ask a question about the roof? The parapet wall design, the cornice on, I think it's number 26. Page 26. The bottom right cornice type A detail, number 1. So is on the interior where you have the section cutting through, is the cap functioning as kind of the top of your railing? Like, do we have enough of an elevation there where from the floor to the top of that cap that we don't need another protection from, okay.
Yes, so we've actually also, so that would be currently right now, it's right around 4, so we've given ourselves some space for the materials, things like that, that will also be impacting that height. So we have enough to meet that 42 minimum.
Okay.
Commissioner Walker and then Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you. Piggybacking on what Noel was talking about, you gave the footprint of the original structure. Did you give the footprint of yours?
The area of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So could you please go to the cover sheet? So there you go. First floor. So that's 18. So it'll be maybe right around 3,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean the width and the depth.
Okay. I thought you were looking for area. I'm so sorry. So could you please go to the first floor plan sheet? So the width right now overall is, if we can zoom into, there we go. So it's at 39 foot 10, and then 80 foot 6. So
And what was the second one?
80 foot 6 inches.
So it's 80 feet by about 40 feet?
About
Was
40, yeah.
Okay, and then
And that's the overall width and length of it.
I'm sorry.
That's the overall width and length.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was curious about, because the original structure was 30 by 30, I think you said?
I don't have the dimensions in front of me, but roughly.
Okay. On, on page 7, yeah, that top right picture, what is that tree there?
That is Laurustinius.
I don't think so. I don't believe it's that. I mean, that's a bush, basically. The Laurus stenius. I think that tree might be a different species. Because I'm curious, is that going to be cut down?
Yeah. And
Because
Yeah,
I'm just getting an overall sense of the trees that are going and how they're being replaced. So we don't have to get too much into the detail of it, but that is a large maturing shade tree. So that would be what I would imagine we'd want it to be replaced with, but just throwing that out there.
gotcha. Yeah, yeah, and that's what we're expecting as far as replacing at least one of the trees in the top right corner of our lot. I'm trying to figure out something that works well. It's somewhat similar now. I don't know how much you know about the trees or that specific one, but I can tell you it has a lot of essentially they almost look like blueberries or a little blacker version of it. But the Laurustinius is what I had as far as identifying it. So if that's wrong, I apologize.
That's okay. And then did you say the side yard setback was 10 feet, 6 inches?
Well, that was, no, that's one of the existing ones in the neighborhood. So our setback, let's go to site plan.
So yeah, the side by kind of definition from the city and that zoning, that was 5 feet for either side yard.
Okay.
But the actual building,
Is there a slide that I should go to that shows it?
With the setback
Mhm.
that we have from the building. No, because that was one of the dimensions. I think that was one of the notes from the.
Okay, so the side setback on either side is about 5 feet.
well, the actual setback on the side facing
Well,
Poplar Street.
Yeah, I think what they're getting at is you're gonna need to label it
Mhm.
on one of these
Yeah,
plans.
yeah, we definitely.
Yeah.
Okay,
Um,
and then,
It's closer to 10 feet, what I'm seeing, it might be, is
Yeah.
that the right scale, 8'6", for the farthest, or the closest bump out, from the lot line.
that's all I have for now, thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes, Ryan Swear, thank you very much for the excellent presentation, very detailed, and a lot of the things that you brought up are very relevant things that we'll be asking about, so thank you for being proactive with that. Love how you took a lot of design cues from the nearby historic homes, the Victorian, the Italian, the Queen Anne that you mentioned, so really compliment you on incorporating a lot of those design features. As has been stated before, I think that we probably want to look at the contextual criteria and work through those one at a time and then get into the materials. But while this is open, I do have several questions on materials that I'd like to ask. But to get back to the contextual criteria, on the setback, you said you were moving the thermal wall back, and there's a note on here too about moving the thermal wall back. And I believe if the porch is 8 feet deep, then your thermal wall right now would be 22 feet deep, which is the primary criteria for our setback criteria.
So essentially, our existing property has a thermal wall right up to the foundation that we're going to reuse for the porch. So we're taking where it is today as compared to Poplar Street and moving that back 8 feet to accommodate the porch.
Okay, so you're actually moving the existing thermal wall back?
Yep.
Okay. And then using the existing foundation for that thermal wall for the new porch then? Okay.
Right. Yep.
So on page 10, if we go to page 10, Christie, One of the things, I was looking very closely at this for the setback issue.
Mhm.
And in some places you define with the thermal setback and then also the porch setback. But what does front mean? On some of these homes, the historic home there on Poplar Street, for example, just a few houses north, it says 20, greater than 20 feet to the front. Is that the porch or is that the thermal wall or what?
Let me double check. The one thing I can tell you for sure off the top of my head is the ones we felt were the most contextual. We went to all the detail of showing the porch and thermal wall separately, so that's why you see that difference. And when it's front, we'd have to look at the image of the streetscape, but it would be the closest, whether that's the porch or the thermal, I believe.
Okay, so that would be, we could interpret that as the porch. We could use some clarification on that, just to do an apples and apples comparison. Where are the thermal walls, and then also where are the porches as well?
Okay.
Back to the question on the trees. How many mature trees, and Christy, correct me if I'm wrong, is a mature tree 10 inches or larger? That was considered a mature tree is 10 inches. How many mature trees are being removed?
Yes, and that are canopy trees, not ornamental, like a crepe myrtle or redbud or something like that.
Okay.
Usually we stick to looking at ornamental or canopy trees, not
Canopy
ornamental.
trees, okay.
Yep.
Yes, yeah. Do you know how many mature trees are being removed?
Yeah, it looks like there would be potentially 3. So the 2 ones that I was calling Laurustanius, and then there's one flowering dogwood that is literally growing up the side of the house currently. And I'm sure you'll have seen already, a lot of our new construction design is related to the site constraints. We have limited space to work with, so we are planning, I believe it's about 4 new trees, and trying to replace as much as we can with the space we have.
Yes, I saw that. Thank you. For the roof deck, you mentioned a house, I think it was at 300 West 10th Street, where there's a roof deck. That's not historic property, is it? Or
No, that's a multifamily.
it's a multifamily? Okay.
When we had the preliminary meeting, we were asked to look at multifamily as well as historic and try to focus on just historic and multifamily, and we were really only able to find the 2 properties in the neighborhood that fit into that.
That's all the questions that I had on contextual criteria, on details. Just a few quick questions. I want to move through these real quickly. But like I said, while we're open, I wanted to address these things. Hardy, if it's hardy siding, which is currently, it's a relatively thin siding, we want to, if we have allowed cementitious siding on new construction in the past, but it needs to mimic the dimensions of wood.
Yep.
And actually, I've done some checking recently, and I understand that Artisan is supposed to be coming back as early as this spring, but there are other products that could be used. But right now, Hardy does not have anything available in a sufficient thickness to mimic and match the historic context. So
Now, I could be wrong. I believe our neighbor to, let me see, it'd be 3 houses down, Red House on West A Street, has, I thought it was hardy siding. Maybe it is Artisan or a similar product.
I can speak to that. That was a special exception given the time period of construction of that house. And the house was originally constructed with masonite, and so they came to the commission and said that the only thing they could get that's the same as what they had was that hardy. So it was appropriate for that house, but that was a, one-time special thing for that particular property because of what they were specifically doing.
Gotcha. Yeah. And we are interested in trying to find one that really had that thickness. We hadn't seen the samples ourselves, but I thought Hardy had a thicker one, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, they did have a thicker one, and then with COVID, it was evidently discontinued, but, and I thought that it had been permanently discontinued, but it appears, but it's coming back. Nishiha appears to not be coming back, which is another acceptable substitute. There's also a Boral product too, 3/4 inches by pretty much any width, but it's very expensive. You might want to consider that. If it's not too expensive, that is.
Yeah.
And then one thing that we do look for is that the corner boards stand proud of the siding. So if you use 3/4 inch, siding and it overlaps, then it needs to be, thick enough to stand proud of that. The tinted glass is typically not permitted, specifically in our specifications. It's just not allowed in our historic districts. So if this glass does have a tinted appearance, we would be, our specs do not currently permit that for standards. One question on your stained glass. So each stained glass would be unique for each door. Is that what I'm hearing? Unique for each door? How many
We
different
hadn't
doors
picked
are
the
there?
final designs yet, but essentially having a 2/3 stained glass door where we'll finalize the specific artistry of the stained glass, so to speak, a little bit later. But most likely they would be different between the doors.
And you would have some drawings then, I take it, of the stained glass and what you have in mind for each door?
We definitely will at some point, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The solar panels, we have in our construction guidelines that solar panels are to be installed in inconspicuous areas, behind parapet walls or in secondary areas. So it's one of the things that we'll be talking about as well. And I don't know if you would, consider using a more conventional product or something that's more in context with the historic district.
As far as using a roofing material instead of a solar panel?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes, solar panels, it says it's pretty clear we can allow them, but they need to be essentially hidden or not in conspicuous areas.
Okay. And a large majority of the solar panels are kind of in the top area that we've recessed back so you can't see it from the street. But
Yeah, and I know this is probably very important to you and part of your energy efficiency goals.
Yeah.
And,
Can I ask, have you reviewed solar roofing material before rather than panels?
No, we have not.
No.
You would be the first.
Oh, so like all these other alternative materials, we would need to see samples.
Yeah.
But let me just, the standard that we have is roof appurtenances such as solar panels, satellite dishes, and mechanical equipment should be installed in secondary areas of the roof and are screened by parapet walls or other design features. That is our standard that we are obliged to go by. So we can talk about that more. I notice you have thin brick veneer on the foundation. Can I ask what's the purpose in thin brick? Why would you not just use a conventional brick, for your foundation walls?
So for the foundation, we're looking at, it's going to be kind of a raised slab. And so just looking at the bearing lines and also matching kind of some of the detailing that's happening throughout the neighborhood, seemed like a thin brick would work pretty well to kind of match a similar kind of detailing at that foundation wall and thermal wall kind of connection. So that was the thought process behind that. There are, because initially we were looking at crawl space, but after kind of moving towards that raised slab foundation, I think that was the better move.
Would you consider would you consider brick walls for the foundation? I mean, you could use brick in front of the concrete.
Do you have any issues with that?
I think as long as we can afford it.
Unless the board might approve thin brick. I've just seen bad results with thin brick before.
Gotcha.
It's just
Can I just ask for my references, have you seen any good examples of thin brick or not at all?
No.
Okay.
No, I have not, but maybe you'll show us one. Very quickly
We
on
may
the
just go
garage,
with brick on that one.
garage doors need to appear as single doors. We'll look for the windows. We've already mentioned, we need to look at the rhythm, especially on that right elevation. And we need some mullions for the ganged windows too. One thing that I noticed is on page 26, it says that the railing and balusters are going to be, would be wood. But then on the addendum, I saw that it's going to be some kind of a poly product. And just to let you know, plastics, we don't allow plastics on new construction anywhere. PVC, vinyl, if this is a polymer type product, then it would not be, standards do not allow that.
Just as for that note, that is, my apologies. That was something I saw after the fact, after submitting, and then wasn't able to correct that from changing the plans, anything like that. So I do apologize for that misunderstanding.
No problem. We do, I think you mentioned that you do plan on using wood doors. Let me back up just a minute. The Fibrex wood-like windows, again, we have not approved anything other than wood windows or clad or wood clad windows. So again, it would be a precedent for us to approve Fibrex, which I'm assuming is probably some kind of fiberglass. Is that a fiberglass type window?
I think it's 60% wood, but it's a composite.
Okay.
It's a mixture. I've heard some discussion in other historic meetings about it, so I assume you're probably more familiar than I. We're trying to find one that really is wood-like, kind of like certain versions of the Hardywood. But I don't know yet until I see a sample if we've really found that or if we have a better option.
Okay. Well, as Commissioner Parati said, we do have a high standard for substitute materials over conventional wood. And like I said, we have allowed clad in the past. That's all that I have at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Barth.
Ryan, thanks for the thorough presentation. Just a few quick points that I would like to bring up that I don't think some of the other commissioners have covered. Christy, if you could go to the site plan, please. I believe it's slide. There you go. So one of the trees that you're proposing to save, I believe you mentioned it was a maple on the corner there.
Mm-hmm.
You have a new walkway with a bit of a Jesus fish design to it, not to put a thing to it, which I think is fun and creative. I'm a little worried about how that walkway might impact the tree root system, just in carving that out. Can you speak to that a little bit, or would you be open to a walkway that maybe routes away from that root system?
I mean, if we need to, we'll definitely be open to that because we need to protect that tree. I don't believe I've talked about that specifically with my arborist before. I have talked about generalities like that, and he hadn't raised, and I think some of this is conversations from 2 years ago, so forgive me if I can't remember, and some of it is a lot more recent, but I don't believe there's any concern since that walkway wouldn't have a foundation. He's talked a lot about at a certain distance what depth you can go to, and with a surface walkway of that size, I don't think it'll be a concern, but that's definitely something we'll verify.
Okay, thank you. And while we're still on that site plan, you have mentioned stoned water feature between those two existing trees. Do you have any details on that, or is that just sort of a placeholder for something that?
At the moment, it's a little bit more of a placeholder. We have a inspiration photo and haven't really gotten through the design of that or gotten anything from the vendor yet, so to speak.
Okay. I have a few other little concerns, specifically, and y'all mentioned this too, so I think it's on your radar. maneuverability coming out of the garage with
Yeah.
respect to the property line. That's something that we might want to take into account. I think maybe that's more of a zoning issue or whatever. Some window proportions and things. The roof deck, you showed some examples. I don't think they were historic examples. The one on 10th Street, I think, was built in the 80s.
Yeah,
Now,
that one was multifamily, but not historic, as
correct.
far as I know.
Correct. Now, with this particular style of architecture, do you have, I mean, you know, I think we've seen with, where was it, on 9th Street or Catty Corner to Alexander Michaels? That one does have a flat roof, so I think you're good there. However, I don't see any examples that I'm recognizing in the neighborhood with a roof terrace with a fence on the roof for pools and things like that in this architectural style. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, really, you know, I expect there might be some historic homes where we can't see it because of the architectural design unless we really take a tour of the home, so to speak. But the one historic example that we saw that's extremely visible from the street would be 601 North Poplar Street. And that if we go to the page HDC-004, would be in the top right. It'd be the
What
first
slide?
images of the context photos. Yep, that one.
Slide 9.
Yep, so right in the top right image. Yep, exactly.
So the small element over the bump out.
So that's kind of like a balcony or a widow's walk or whatever you want to call it. I got you. Okay. And that's a historic example.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you for that. I'm just curious, you know, obviously we'll get into this when we deliberate, but I'm curious if there's a way to handle the eave and parapet design so that's minimally impactful, because essentially the entire third floor roof section of this project is occupiable and visible in some sort of way. So I think, you know, we may want to see that addressed in some manner. I think everyone else covered the rest of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions before we close for deliberation? Ryan, anything you want to add before we close?
Maybe just a general comment. I know some of this may not fit in exact precedent yet, and I believe we've given reasons for that when that's come up. I'm sure we'll expand on it as we move along. But I guess I would say we're trying to do the best we can to fit in the neighborhood, but then also have the most sustainable materials and really layout that works well for our health and for the home at the very least. And I guess that's it for now. We can always discuss another time and go on in specifics.
All right, thank you, sir. We will now close for deliberation. Commission, I think that the best way to approach this is to take the top one. Maybe go through foundations, because I believe if we start with context and go through foundations, some of the other things might change. Okay, so let's start there, and if we think that we need to move, go further, then we will, but I think really the big items are the ones we should address right now. I don't want to get into the weeds because I think that's premature. Okay? All right. Commissioner Wojcik, if you'll lead us in this, please. Let's start with context.
I know that there was a note in staffing that the foundation seemed short and for this general type of architecture. The overall kind of elevation in itself seems to vary a bit with the context pictures. And because of the variety of architecture in itself, in the neighborhood. I feel like there's enough variation to justify the foundation kind of being at that 18 inches, which still gives you an actual foundation and base for the architecture itself before it transitions.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Wojcik. We're going to start with context. I'm going to come back to you for foundation.
Sorry.
Let's have Commissioner Goodwin kick us off in
Okay,
context.
I'm sorry.
All right, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, thank you. So as far as the context for multifamily, we want to start at the center of the parcel and look around 360 degrees, which you've done. And took a lot of.
Commissioner Goodwin, will you speak into your mic
Sorry.
and start
Okay.
again, please, sir?
Yeah, we want to start at the center of the parcel and look around 360 degrees, which you've done. Thank you for that. And then as far as all the contextual criteria, if we could start with the setback, and had asked you about the setback earlier, if we could just get a little bit of clarification there. On the adjacent properties, I'm wondering if there are any other if we could just maybe go through these one by one.
I
And
agree.
to see if anyone has any concerns with regard to the setback. I mean, I think that, the fact that you're moving the thermal wall back, and that the existing thermal wall is at 14 feet, and there is some variation in the adjacent properties. I don't have an issue with the setback. And then on 8th Street, we are getting closer, but then there's also precedent for that with the historic houses on that street. So I don't have any issues with context. Does anyone else have issues with setback?
I think we may need some, graphically, I agree with you, Commissioner Goodwin. I think we may need some additional clarification. There was some fuzziness with, thermal walls versus porches and the homes on the block. I think you may have even brought up, what is front, what is porch, what is thermal wall. There's some inconsistency there. So I think, from what I'm seeing, it looks okay, but I'd want some additional information just to clarify.
I agree with Commissioner Barth.
And I noticed too that we used to have this 10% criteria within 10%. I noticed that's been removed from our standards. So perhaps that gives us a little more flexibility.
What page are you referencing?
.5.
I'll take a look at it and
Number one, it used to be a number one. 6.5,
I wonder if when
number one.
we combined multifamily and single family. So I'll look into it.
Okay. Any other questions on setback? Yeah, and I agree with you, Commissioner Barth, and we would like some more detail on the thermal versus the porch walls, especially along Poplar Street. Okay.
The other thing I wanted, just to add is it's also on the corner, which I think makes it a little different as well. So it's almost like you've got two sidewalk or setback opportunities. So I just wanted to point that out. So we're thinking about that as we have our conversations.
And to see those two different streetscapes where we have the rhythm of the spacing lined out for us is going to be helpful.
Okay, yeah, and actually, I noticed that as well, and in our standard 6.5, number 4 for setbacks, it states that secondary elevations that are facing street sides, typically in corner lots, may allow flexibility with setback and potentially be closer to the street. However, the historic context of the site and building on the side street will be taken into consideration by the HDC. And along 8th Street, there are some houses, particularly the historic house just down the street, that is as close, if not closer.
And if I could, I'd imagine you'll be making a motion at some point, but to piggyback on that, on the site plan, there were some inconsistencies that I recognized with where the setback or property lines were taken from, the back of curb versus, back edge of sidewalk. So I'd want some additional clarification there too. So, yeah, Chris, if you go to the site plan, the detailed site plan number 17.
The first, this is the
Oh,
first
sorry.
floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. 17, is that still what you want?
16 maybe.
Okay.
So we can see here along, well, it's taking a while to load. Along Poplar Street, it's taken from back of curb, but along 8th Street, it looks like it's from back of sidewalk.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So to go along with our setback requests, I think we may need some additional clarification on that.
Okay.
Spacing. Excuse me. Are there any issues on spacing? And if we look at slide 13, the Zotwell survey.
Slide 15 is the property survey?
Slide 13.
Oh, sure.
Zotwell.
Slide 13, there you go.
Yes. So looking at those two streetscapes, the North Poplar with the property on the left, and then on West 8th Street with the property on the right. Does anyone see any issues with regard to spacing there?
I don't have issues with the spacing.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I have no issues with spacing.
Okay.
Orientation, everyone good with orientation? I'm good with orientation. Everyone good with orientation? Okay.
Mhm.
What about massing?
I have a challenge with the massing and the complexity of form. We've taken features from various types of buildings and put it into one, and it, by comparison, even though it is a corner lot, which allows for a little more, it seems pretty out of context when it comes to the massing. Anyone else have issues with the massing?
I often confuse massing with scale.
Mhm.
Scale would be the one I might more have concern with.
So massing. The overall massing of a building relates to the organization and relative size of the building, sections or parts of a building in relationship to each other and other buildings on the street. So when I think when we're thinking about massing, it is again within context of the other buildings along the streetscape.
I guess the only thing that I have a concern with as far as massing is maybe more in line with the roof lines and how, the proposed structure is perceived as a large square box and how that relates to the eave lines of the adjacent structures. seems a little high. On the Poplar Street Zoutwell survey, I can see how, the adjacency with other structures could be cited, but, because of the scale and size of this structure, I don't know that they could be taken into account. I think there's some architectural and, maneuvers that probably could be done to minimize that.
Okay. Anyone else on massing and complexity of form? Heather?
I think that the terrace level is going to have a visual element. I think that Ryan did a good job in presenting it as kind of a dashed line, but it will be perceivable in real life. And I'm a little concerned about the proximity of those exterior walls on that level. And I feel like if that could come in, it would overall help with the massing. I think the massing from the Poplar Street side is much more consistent and carries a rhythm that's more like the other houses on that Poplar Street. But then when we get to 8th Street, it changes substantially. So yeah, I think roof lines and when we get to scale, that's another element, as you guys said, but I think the massing on the 8th Street side is a little bit more overwhelming to me. And then the 3rd floor structure, not the terrace itself, but just where that building is on that 3rd floor.
Okay.
And when you consider that 8th Street massing is on a building that's 80 feet long, when you think about 80 feet long, that really does
It's massive.
have a massive presence. And I guess what we also should be concerned with is this is a multifamily, somewhat Victorian style. I think the applicants referenced 427 North Pine as a historic multifamily. And I would bet that the footprint of that building is considerably smaller than this one. The 80 feet is where I guess it's hard for me to imagine how that would look on that block. I've driven down it a couple of times.
Okay. All right. So we have talked about massing and complexity of form. Let's head to height and width, where we break that down a little more. So we've talked about the height a little with Commissioner Wojcik's comments. And about the height, particularly as seen from the 8th Street side elevation. What are your thoughts about the height and width? Does this pass the test? Commissioner Goodwin.
I don't have an issue with the height. As noted in their presentation, they did take design cues from historic properties on both Poplar Street and 8th Street, and they are at the same elevation or slightly lower than some of those historic homes. But again, the roof form could need some adjustment, but I'm not concerned with the height.
Okay. Commissioner Barth?
Ditto.
Okay, what about the width?
I think we all said the 80 feet seems a little wide.
Commissioner Goodwin?
If I could add one thing, I noticed this too. 80 feet does include the porch. So if you take off 8 feet, then you're going to be left with 72-ish. So wanted to mention that.
Commissioner Barth?
Ditto. I don't have a, if we're comparing like with like, building program and type, I don't have an issue with it. I think, on the, 8th Street side, we're looking at the side of what would be a house. It's going to be lengthy in any case. So I'm comfortable with it.
Okay. Let's
I-
move on to Commissioner Bell.
Sorry, I would
No,
just add, I would.
It's why you're here.
Obviously, the builders, I'll support you all, but I would just also, and I think this was said, that additional consideration on the design would be the next phase, just as you're thinking. I do think on the Poplar side, those considerations were made, but when you turn that corner onto 8th Street, I think there's additional detail that would go back to the massing, but also come back to the width conversation that we're having. And in that area, it is a neighborhood, it's a residential area. And so I do think we have to think about the size of it.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bell. Commissioner Wojcik?
I just did a finger measurement. Very formal. But if Commissioner Goodwin pointed out that 80 feet does include the porches, which in themselves do not carry the mass that the rest of the structure would. And with my finger measurement, the remaining amount of width for the structure is actually very equal to the house that faces North Pine Street. The overall massing is less in the house to the far left, just because of the change in planes and roof lines, but the actual size of the structure seem to be very similar. I just want to point that out.
All right. Any other comments about height and width? All right, let's move on to scale, Commissioner Walker. You talked about scale. Scale is really from the pedestrian point of view. Well, let's read it. Scale in architecture is the relationship of the human form to the building. Height and width are the beginnings of creating scale. However, other elements such as cornices, porches, windows, etc., further define scale. Scale is also the relationship of the building to buildings around it.
So my comment related to, I believe we're referring to it as the width, but isn't the width, when you look at the front of the house from left to right, that's the width of it? And then front to back is the depth, right? Yeah, so my only question was the relationship of that 80 feet of the depth of the house, which it seems like Commissioner Wojcik just explained was similar to the house adjacent to it, so I'd have to
With her
think
finger
about that a
measurement.
little bit. With her fingers, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we get a little more, something that might be a little more helpful besides a finger. Okay, scale. Commissioner Goodwin?
I think that the scale is good, and what we want to do is, in our standards, says create human scale by including functional elements typical to the historic context, such as porches and porticos, and I think that's exactly what they've done.
Commissioner Wojcik?
I agree. I think that they've done a very nice job with creating segments of that facade. So even though on that streetscape, you do get more of a horizontal mass, when you look at it from a design standpoint, they've broken it up to create very nice, more vertical planes that kind of move in and out, which makes the structure feel less heavy in its design.
Commissioner Barth?
The two primary elevations of this design, I think, lend themselves very well to creating a pedestrian environment, paired with the fact that the 8th Street elevation is set back a decent amount from the sidewalk. So I agree with the other two commissioners' points.
Okay, Commissioner Wheat?
I don't have anything else to add.
Commissioner Bell?
I'm good. Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, so let's head on now to directional expression. Does this directional expression fit within the context? Do you think it's more horizontal, whereas the others are more vertical? Or it's comparable to those around it?
I think it's comparable. I mean, especially since we're focusing on the front.
Especially, I'm sorry, Commissioner Bell, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me? I think it is comparable. I mean, especially since the focus here is on the front.
On the front, so we have two elevations. Does it look comparable to you on both sides, both streets?
Well, I was thinking of just the Poplar side. I think,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, I think I've voiced my opinion on the 8th Street side, so I'm still hopeful there.
Okay,
But I also lean on my architects in the room. And I think, so in looking at the whole side, it's probably comparable. But most notably, I would say on the Poplar Street side.
okay. Commissioner Wojcik?
I think I'm gonna kind of repeat what I said a little bit ago, in that the way that they've broken up that plane has kind of created more of that vertical look that's more consistent with that Victorian era, and then the use of the porches to kind of break it up for horizontal, as they've kind of needed to, still repeats the overall presentation of that style of architecture in that area.
Okay, Commissioner Barth?
Are we still talking about directional expression?
Yeah, I think it seems more horizontal than the rest of the properties surrounding it. So I'm looking to get perspective from the rest of the commission.
I mean, I think it's very well executed for, as Commissioner Wojcik was saying, for this style of architecture. Especially on those two elevations, there's quite a bit of variety, undulation, well-proportioned windows stylistically as well. You know, I might prefer to see that porch more of a wraparound, especially on the turret, but they've shown us some examples with standalone turrets. So I think the Poplar facing elevation's a little bit more successful than the 8th, but I could be fine with the 8th Street.
Okay, Commissioner Wheat?
I do agree that it does appear to be a little more horizontal than some of the others, but when you look back at the context, there's really a mix. When you're looking at the 70s buildings have more verticality than some of, like 420 North Poplar, for example, is horizontal, but some of these other ones. So I do think they did a good job of sort of mixing the horizontal and vertical into this design.
Commissioner Goodwin?
I'm good with the directional expression, just given what we've stated about the width and the height before.
Okay, and finally, Commissioner Walker? Okay, and then, so let's get to foundations. Commissioner Wojcik?
As I mentioned earlier, in comparison to the pictures that they've provided us for context, I feel like there's a decent amount of variation between a couple of 1 step to maybe 6 steps that kind of take you into that, from the grade up into the property. And there's such an eclectic style of architecture in general. There's one that even has a basement. But when you look at foundations for architecture, basically you want there to be a bottom. You want the house to sit on something and not look like it's sitting on the dirt. And I feel like the 18 inches of transition space between the existing grade and the first floor, does give us that feeling of base, bottom, kind of grounding to the structure. You know, one step, you know, would that look better? Probably. Is 3 steps that important? You know, 6 steps is too much. It makes the space overall, I think, would be too tall. So, I mean, I think there's a very fine line, and I don't know, you know, that 7 1/4 inches is gonna make that much of a difference in the presence of the structure on the, I think a lot of that'll have to do with the landscape and how they decide to finish it as to whether or not the house starts to look squatty, and those are things that we don't really govern.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak to foundations? Yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I guess I'm a fan of 2 steps and 3 risers, which is the design that they have. And then if you look at the context, just down the street, the historic home at 523 North Poplar, 2 steps, 3 risers. I think it's consistent.
Okay. All right, so we are at foundations. Shall we go on? Because it seems like we're good to go to this point. So, why don't we go to cornices and trim?
We passed.
Sorry,
roof
roof.
forms. You want to pass roof forms and
Yeah,
materials?
yeah, thank you, Commissioner Walker, roof forms and materials. Commissioner Walker?
Just
Oh,
like
okay.
to note
Yeah.
that we are at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
We have 8 more cases today.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go fast. I guess I struggle with the fact that this, I think, is going to look more like a 3-story building than these pictures seem to make me believe. And I'll say that when I look at slide 19, and I see that that's literally a 3rd story of this building. But then when I look at the streetscape of that side of the building, which is the next slide, slide 20, I just don't see that much of that 2nd story there. And I don't feel that it looks like from slide 19 that the interior space is set back. It looks like it's existing up to the edge of the roof there where those tables are with the chairs. And I don't know if anybody else has got that kind of feeling from this building, but I'm just uncomfortable with how it's looking like it's a 2-story building from some of these sketches. And yet I'm concerned that it really will look like a 3rd-story, 3-story building. And the only other roof form issue I kind of struggle with is on slide 20, where that right dormer that sits in the front of the building. I struggle with how that comports with the rest of the architecture.
Okay. Commissioner Wojcik also mentioned some concern about the roof. So Commissioner Wojcik, if you'll chime in.
From an exterior wall standpoint, the cornice and parapet wall and roof returns, I feel like are consistent with the architecture of some of the other designs in the area. But once we get to that bathroom and exercise room and that being pushed out so far to that exterior wall, I'm uncomfortable with that and how it will play into the presentation of the rear and right side of the structure. I would be much more comfortable if it was brought in from the exterior wall. The parapet, the turret in itself is gonna do an amazing job of kind of disguising that terrace level. But once that room is kind of put up there and extended to that exterior wall, I think it's gonna change the roof and presentation of that structure substantially.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Anyone else want to speak to the roof forms of this particular structure? Commissioner Barth?
Just me personally, I think the roof, the eave line needs to be brought down and maybe something can be done to handle the safety requirements of if they want a roof terrace. Using the roof line to achieve that without designing it, of course. I would like to see some of these elements appear more built in rather than, additive in achieving the occupiable space up there as well, namely the workout room, like Commissioner Wojcik mentioned, as well as the pool screening facade or railing.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin?
I have nothing else to add on roof forms.
Okay. All right. So are we in agreement that are we in agreement that the roof forms need to be studied as well as the materials? This is not a material that we have used in the past, so that needs to be addressed. So does the massing. Are we in agreement that the massing needs to be restudied? Anyone?
I think the massing's fine. With me, it's more, that eave line height compared with the rest of the streetscape and buildings around it. I mean, I guess they do kind of feed off one another, when you say.
Yeah.
But I think restudying this roof form may solve a lot of those issues with massing.
And so what I'd like to do is maybe stop here because this will have a domino effect on the other parts of the application that we study. So I'd like to stop here, share with the applicants what we think they need to work on, and then in the motion, mention that we have not addressed the other items. Thoughts, Commissioner Goodwin?
I agree with that approach.
Okay, all right. So Commissioner Goodwin, if you don't mind, sir, good sir, taking the lead on crafting a motion, we will work as a team on this one, on all of them, but especially this one, okay?
I'd be glad to take a stab at a motion on this. And I would like to make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons. With regard to the setback, page 6.5, we would like additional clarification of the setbacks on both Poplar Street and 8th Street, clarifying the adjacent properties and what is the thermal wall versus the porch. And also on slide number 16 to also provide the setbacks on slide number 16 and clarify some ambiguity there that Commissioner Barth mentioned. The other, I think, primary area that we discussed at length was the roof forms, and need to restudy the roof forms for this structure, especially for the third floor There was discussion that the third floor walls need to be brought in, as well as the fencing for the pool. That we need to make the third floor elements look more built-in, and also restudy the height of the eave and restudy the roof forms in general to make them more consistent with the historic context.
Mhm. According to guideline, or excuse me, standard 6.13.
Correct.
Okay,
And at this point, we are not discussing materials.
or the other components, cornices and on, we have not covered. So everything after roof forms and materials, we have not discussed.
Well, I guess we've discussed roof form, but not
Everything after
everything
roof
after.
forms
Okay.
and materials, we have not.
Materials.
Mhm.
That concludes my motion.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any further discussion of the motion?
Would it be wise to suggest the applicants bring in any of their non-historical materials for approval in the next meeting?
I think since we haven't discussed materials, but we did have that discussion with them, maybe not included in the motion, because we have been very clear about not discussing those things, but we have had that conversation. So they've been listening. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barth. All right. Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
I'm sorry, make sure you speak up and into your mic.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Parati? Yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0. Thank you for your patience, Ryan and Ryan. Let's take 10. Right now it's 3:17. Let's be back at 3:27. Okay? Thanks.
everybody, we're back. Noting for the record that Kim Parati is recusing from the next case. And we are going to resume with 2315 Charlotte Drive. And in Kim's absence, Second Vice Chair Chris Barth will be chairing the meeting. So Angie, are you with us? And Chris?
I am.
Okay, and have you been sworn in?
I did say I do.
Perfect. Is Chris joining you, or are you handling this one solo today?
No, he is, and I believe he's on.
I'm here. I need to be sworn.
You need to be sworn in. Okay, let's start with swearing in. If anyone's joined us either via WebEx or is new in the room and hasn't been sworn in, please be sworn in at this time.
If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Chris, is your camera on?
Probably not.
Okay, if you could do that for us, that would be super helpful. This next application is 2315 Charlotte Drive, and the application is for multiple additions. So I'll just leave it at that in the interest of time and turn it over to Angie Lauer and Chris Gray to make the presentation. Angie and Chris, before you get started, would you please state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please? I am on slide 5.
Okay, Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28214.
Chris Gray, 2315 Charlotte Drive, 28203.
Angie, the floor is yours. I have you on slide 5. Just let me know how you'd like to proceed.
Sure, slide 5 is fine. So I just wanted to reiterate that, as Christy said, this is a multi-part application. And so we would not be opposed if we did have to separate for approvals on this. So the first part, the first part of this application is the structural part. So Christy, I'm going to ask you to go to slide 6, please. So if you can look at the upper left-hand corner of slide 6, you'll see that from the center gang of the window, the triple window, there's a keystone and there is a diagonal line that is very obvious. So one of the things that this application has included in here is a structural report as well as a soils report. So based on the structural report done, it was determined that there was poor soil in the left-hand corner facing the house, and that there was a change of I guess a level line of 3.5 or so inches, 3 1/8 inches from left to right. So from the left side of the window to the right side of this dining room window, there is a delta of 3.5 inches or so. And one of the solutions to this left-hand portion of the house, so it's from the front left-hand corner. Oh, Christy, where'd you go?
I'm having technical difficulties with Adobe. Keep
Okay.
talking. I'm going to try and pull it up online.
So based on the structural report, it was determined that there would need to be helical piers. So if you're looking at the front, so front dining room from the front stoop to the left, and all the way around to the back side of the bay on the left-hand side of the house. So there's a double gang window on the left-hand side of the house. And so it wraps around, it makes like an L shape, and then it turns back around. So if you go to slide, maybe, anyway, I'm going to keep going. I'm sorry. So there's a structural issue in the front left corner of the house. And so what we are proposing in this, because it did determine that you would have to also replace the floor system, and it's a double width of brick. There's not a solid foundation under this, if I'm not mistaken. And you would have to rebuild and stabilize the footing under this house. And also keep in mind, this house was built in 1929, so we don't know all the ins and outs of internally what's going on in this house. So it's almost 100 years old. It looks great, but it is built in 1929. But in the process of rebuilding this front left corner, one of the application, the parts of the application is to add a bay in this room. So not only would it help structurally, but it does add a feature that is not uncommon of this era, this style of architecture. And we did submit some samples. Christy, if you could go to slide 8. So slide 8 shows you where the subject house is by the red dot in the center of the screen, and then homes that are adjacent and near that have a similar bay that we are looking to add on the front of this house. It is a 3-window bay, and we're going to use similar sized windows to what we have now and just extend it. But this is with a solid brick foundation, wood lap siding, and mitered wood corners with a copper roof. Also part of this portion is on the left-hand side. So Christy, if you would go to, I'm going to go to slide 6 again. I'm just going to use the photos for now. So slide 6, in your description, you actually said that the left side was going to have a shed roof removed, but it's actually a canopy. So if you look at the upper right hand, yes, so there's a canopy over the side door that we were looking to remove and extend the roof on at that point as well. You could see that it's the kitchen door. Also in this photo, right smack in the middle of where you are, you could see that a window had been moved or relocated at some point in time. We want to restore, we want to move this window back into its original location. So slide the window towards the rear of the house. You could see the header was there. So we want to remove and restore. So we're going to move that window back to its original location. So again, that's one item. There's also on the left-hand side, double gang window that we want to add a fireplace in here. So from the front elevation of the house, you can see a fireplace on the right. And Christy, I'm going to refer you to slide maybe 9, actually, in the elevations. No, keep going. 11, excuse me, slide 11. Thank you. So you could see that there is a chimney on the right, and we want to add a chimney on the left. This is also part of that foundation helical pier repair, replace. And also too, with that, adding 2 small windows on either side of the fireplace, again, which is not uncharacteristic of a house of this era. So, you know, you walked in, you would have had like lower bookcases or something internally with upper transom windows, and that's what we'd like to do. So if you go to slide 13, no, I'm sorry, slide 12, thank you. Slide 12, you can see the proposed left elevation has the fireplace, which would be a gas fireplace. It's not going to be wood burning, or it would have to be much taller. And then 2 flanking windows on either side. And I want to note in your description, Christy, part A, it does say that the chimney was going to be added on the right. That's a correction. It's actually the left. So just for the record. And again, wood siding on the front bay. Let's see. Second part of the application would be the removal of some existing dormers. Christy, if you would go to slide 14. So it had a bird box dormer with half circle windows. We are looking to remove that dormer, extend the attic upstairs, and then add an addition, which is going to be a bathroom, to the first floor, which is in the lower elevation on slide 14. We are also relocating some condensing units that are outside, but they would not be visible from the street, which I know was mentioned in your staff analysis. Currently, they sit almost in that same location. They're tucked up a little higher in grade, but these would be really not too visible from the street. They would be behind the shadow line of the chimney. So, and I know that, again, in the staff analysis, it does say screen from your neighbors, but I know there's different planting screening that can be done. And what we're proposing is to relocate the vegetation that is there now and relocate the units at the same time. So this proposition here on the right-hand side, we did call out Hardy. However, Hardy cementatious board is really not available right now with the thickness that we need, as discussed in the last week's meeting. So we would do wood siding with mitered corners, not corner boards, because again, it was not period correct to do corner boards on this age of home. Also too, one thing I do want to mention, the dormers that we're going to add do sit in from the thermal wall of the house. And on the slide 13, you can see it on slide 14, but on slide 13, it was depicted incorrectly by us. So it is a drafting error, but the dormers are inborn of the thermal walls. Yeah, and it's also correct if you look at our floor plans. Christy, I'm not sure which slide that might be, slide 17, 18. So you can actually see the dotted line on the right-hand side of the sheet that shows the exterior walls. These are actually inside of that exterior wall in both left to right as well as front to back. And then windows. So the roof changes are on the back, which I do believe fit within the guidelines, which additions should be maintained to the rear, no taller, no wider than the existing house, not visible from the street. And so there are no changes that you could see from the street. Everything is side loaded. And then also behind the primary cross gable of the house, which is fireplaces on either side. The window changes in the back bedroom are because of design needs on the interior. And so what we're proposing to do is brick up those windows or the window opening and use a casement window for egress. Actually, the egress windows are on the back. I take that back. And then the center addition between the fireplace and the rear wall is the bathroom. So those windows are tempered above a tub at that point. The windows on the second floor are smaller windows in proportion to the windows that are on the first floor. And then in the rear elevation, we are changing the windows in the rear gable. There were 3 arched windows. The casing and the trim met the boxing even on the inside and outside. So we're proposing a double window in the rear and then 2 smaller windows in the flanking dormers. On the slide 12, if you will. So slide 12, again, we discussed that awning that was over the side door. And I apologize, the door is not graphically shown correct, but it's to remain. I don't think we had plans on changing the style of the door. But the roof is just an extension of the roofing and not a fabric awning. And you could see the window and the window shift in this as well. And then the dormers on the left side, again, are just a shed roof dormer with 3 added windows, and they are casement windows on this side as well. Let me just double check, make sure I've got everything. Locate. And again, so one of the things I do want to point out, because this is a multi-part application, there's some structural issues that really need to be addressed to the front of the house. And we kind of have waited with this application a little while. And so I would ask that if we did have any concerns, that we could separate portions of the application at this point. Chris, is there anything else to add on your end?
I'd just say that the structural goes from the left elevation. If you're on the current slide, if you look left of where the proposed chimney would be, that outside corner between the proposed chimney and the kitchen door, that's where everything begins and then works its way around to the front stoop. So really, we look at that as one project. So the front box around to the that left outside corner there in the little courtyard area.
And we tried to depict that by that heavily dashed line that referred you to the structural report. And that's what that is indicating. So I think that's it on our end.
Okay, thank you. And there are no callers on the line. Is there anyone here to speak about this project? No, okay.
Great. Thank you guys, Angie and Chris, thorough as usual. Let's lead off with discussion. Do you guys have any questions, applicant? I think I have one. So with this structural analysis, Angie and Chris, to what extent, and maybe you covered this and I just missed it, but to what extent, I mean, are they having to tear off the brick and completely resupport this foundation that's been settling, or, you know, what's the process? Can you speak more to that on what the structural engineer is suggesting?
So in order to properly realign, there's two things. One, you could jack up the house and then the inside's going to be thrown off by 3 1/4 inches, or we work from stabilizing the foundation and relaying the brick, right? I believe that is kind of the direction that we're going. So if you're looking at the front of the house, so slide 11, Christy. Actually, go to the floor plan. I think that would be a better indicator. So slide 17. So if you can look at slide 17 on on that existing footprint, if you follow that dashed line, that's the helical piers. However, the brick replacement would be across the front bay of the dining room and then stop in the inner corner, because otherwise we're replacing brick all the way around. And so the intent is to tooth the brick into that inner corner, but then replace all the brick, like relay the brick, because you can actually see, if you zoom in on the photos, the brick doesn't align. The boxing and everything is off by a course or a little bit more. So yeah, if you look right there, Christy, and if you were to draw a line straight across, it does not align as a left to right dimension. And somebody tried to fix this pre Chris Gray owning this, and I think it was a fail. You look at the mortar, it's not correct. It's just, you could see it. And it's an obvious fix and a fail. And so what we're trying to do is replace all the, reuse as much of this brick as possible, but replace that front gable, add the bay, which again is not uncharacteristic of a house of this era, kind of fix the foundation and turn the corner with the brick.
Okay, so you're talking about holistically, structurally shoring up this corner of the house, as well as replacing the brick across those areas where you're having settlement issues.
Yeah, relaying the brick, so relaying the brick, taking it down, fixing it, and relaying it with the addition of the bay, which I think does help tremendously.
As well as these architectural add-ons, if you will.
Correct.
Let me ask this, the windows on the left-hand side where you're proposing for the new fireplace, are those original to the house? Are you proposing to put them somewhere else?
I don't know if they're original, but I know that they're there. They have the same spacing as the windows on the front. I think Chris could answer more of that question for you, but we hadn't planned on reusing them anywhere.
They are original, and hadn't planned on moving them anywhere else.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. And then I think I'll look to some of our other commissioners. I guess we'd probably look at this project in at least two parts, the front and structural shoring up, as well as the rear and upper floor addition. I have some concerns that staff has sort of pointed out in the staff memo with regard to the dormer proportions as well as the window proportions as well. But maybe, let's see, Heather, would you mind speaking to some of that?
As far as the dormer proportions, or both?
Can I ask Angie a question?
Yeah, Angie, I think we'll let Heather ask you some questions with regards to the project.
So I'm going to jump subject just for 1 second, but it is about the dormers. You have it noted as a 212 pitch, Angie. What kind of roof are you going to use on those rear dormers that you're building?
So ideally, a shingle. We hadn't talked about anything else at this point, so we would have to use an ice and snow guard first couple of feet. I know that 312 is kind of a minimum, but we're already pinched to stay below the ridge and below the back gable ridge as well. And so that's where, so we were using an asphalt shingle. Hadn't planned on using anything else.
And then, so the front room where we're going to be doing the foundation work and brick repair, we are going to be taking out three windows, which are a triple window. And then we're also going to be taking out 2 windows on the side, which is set up as a twin window from that space, right? For demolition purposes?
Correct.
Okay.
The three windows on the front would be repurposed.
Thank you. Okay. Chris, those were my only questions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions for our applicant here? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, a question is you've got a lot of brickwork going on, with the new chimney. I know you're going to be reusing all the brick that you can, but there's going to be a lot of toothing in, new brickwork with the new chimney. And as you know, mortar color is subject to 100 different variables. And just wanted to know how you intend on addressing any inconsistencies in the brick or the mortar.
So our intent is to match the brick as close as possible, and it's not a totally uncommon brick. I think you could see that the brick that they used was similar or a reused and repurposed brick, but their mortar was off. So I do know that there are ways that we can match the mortar, and obviously it's almost 100 years old, so we'd have to come as close as possible, especially on the front. So where it turns and transitions, there's going to be an inside corner and a natural shadow line. Like if you look at the front on slide 6, the upper left-hand corner, you could see where that gutter line is. That's a great transition behind that gutter to kind of cover, not cover inconsistencies, but that is a point. We're not disturbing the small gable at the porch, but everything on the front would be consistent, and it turns back into another shadow line, which is an inside corner. The chimney on the left-hand side, again, we would try to match as close as possible to the brick and the mortar, especially. Same thing on the addition on the on the right-hand side, which is the master bath. We've strategically chosen inside or outside corners and not trying to breach anything. But as far as, there's movement there, there's shadow lines, there's corners. So it's not you're not toothing in straight. You do have a break. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Commissioner Wojcik, yes.
I have more window questions, Angie. I noticed that you are proposing to change the windows in the to-be master bedroom. It appears that they're just shorter. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then, would you be willing to, so if the windows are original on the house, I'm assuming they're a single pane?
Correct.
Okay. Would you be willing to reuse windows from the living room in another area of the house if it worked well out with the egress and overall design?
You're talking about the double window?
Yeah, where the new potential fireplace would go?
So I don't know where we would use them, to be honest with you, because the windows in the upper gable, there's 3, that doesn't work. The master bathtub would have to be new and tempered anyway. And the master bedroom that's in the back right corner, we're shortening the windows. So I would love to say yes, but I don't know where we would potentially use them. So if we use them on the second floor, they're going to be too tall.
Okay.
Right. So there's just nowhere on the first floor to use them. At least not that I can think of now.
I was just thinking bedroom B upstairs in that rear gable. But I don't know what the sizes are, so.
If you can you go to the rear gable, Christy, slide 13?
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't want them to look too tall, right, for the second floor. So it's a matter of scale and scaling them smaller as you go up.
Are they the same size as the windows that are on the first floor?
No. Yes, the windows that are in that front room are the same size that's what's in the back.
Okay.
So they would be much, much taller in that upstairs room.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think those are my only 2.
Thank you. I mean, my only concern, as you point out, these master bedroom windows and all the other things going on with this project, is that there's a lot of brick rework done here. And I think I personally would like to minimize that as much as possible, just because I know it's difficult. And we have a lot of historic elements here. Windows we're especially sensitive about, brick we're sensitive about as well. So if those windows in the master bedroom could be retained somehow, or something, that would be fantastic. I think we would like to see some of the window styles and proportions matching the existing windows as much as possible. With the exception of a few, like you have some sort of like storybook windows on either side of the new fireplace, which I think look good. We'll obviously get into conversation on whether that element is appropriate or not, but I think it looks good. And then, in my mind, there's a lot of things here that the applicant is fixing. It looks like some incongruous additions from the past that they're trying to remedy. Which is admirable. So thank you guys for that.
Thank you. Can I just answer or kind of make a comment on the windows?
Sure.
So if we went with a double hung window upstairs, the window size has to be 3.0 by 5.0. And so in order to reduce the size to a 2.646 window, that's why we went with casements on the second floor. So there's some rooms up there that obviously are bedrooms. If I match the windows down as a double hung, I can't get egress.
And that's fine. And Angie, you know too, we've done certain things on a number of different projects, making a
Right.
window look like a double hung. Or,
Right.
I think the biggest part for me with regard to the casement windows is really its light proportion. The light proportion on particularly the second floor windows,
Okay.
seem a little bit more horizontal than what's there on the lower level. So,
Okay. Well, we
Seeing
can
that.
work on that. I mean, if you'll allow us to, even communicate that with staff, I mean, it's just a matter of the light division, 8 light or 6 light.
Sure.
To get the
Yeah, and
verticality that I think you need.
totally understand your hardship with egress and modern building codes. So no worries there, but, would like to see some maneuvers in order to keeping that architectural style consistent. Anything else you guys would like to add, or any other commissioners? Angie, are you guys good?
I think so, yes, unless you have other questions for us.
I think we're good. Thank you so much. All right, at this moment, we'd like to close, or not, close for, sorry, bear with me.
Close for
New here.
deliberation.
Close for commissioner discussion.
Deliberation?
Deliberation, sorry.
Yep, that's okay.
Terminology. Heather, would you like to lead us off?
I did want to say that I agree with you. I don't think that it's necessarily that the casement is a bad idea. I think that the proportion of the light of the windows on the second floor are probably more important in terms of consistency. And my biggest concern, and I know that I've personally told Angie this on I've told her the opposite of this on another project. But, all projects are individual and they're evaluated on, each residence or project in themselves. But I would love to at least see if we could reuse the double windows on the family room, maybe upstairs, if she'd be willing to show that to us. And I would prefer not to change the windows in the master so that we don't have additional brick work. Those are my two only thoughts. I feel like she's done a really good job as usual with her presentations and design and following the guidelines.
Thank you. I would agree with your comments. Is there anyone else, or Heather, maybe you could speak to the work being done on the front? Do we have any issues with the new bay, the fireplace, the removal of historic windows?
The fact that those windows are going to be reused makes me happy. I think that that's great. I actually like the bay design, and I do find that it is historically appropriate for that type of architecture. So I do not, and especially if it helps with the structural stability of the house, that just means that it's going to last longer if we take care of it and make sure that it's functioning properly. And those things give us a nice aesthetic and take care of the property from a maintenance standpoint. I'm not sure about the fireplace in terms of standards and how those are viewed. I like that she has presented it in a historic fashion with the small windows on either side. I don't myself know what this kind of precedent is for adding. I know what it is for existing chimneys, but I don't know what it is for adding fireplaces.
Okay. Yeah, I think may need to look at the height of that chimney, which is a minor detail, and it's with its proximity to other roof lines. But thank you for your comments, Commissioner Wojcik. Commissioner Goodwin, what do you say about the shed dormers in the back, specifically slope and scale massing as far as additions are concerned?
Look at the rear elevation. Is that what we need to? Rear elevation? Can you see the rear elevation? Are you going there, Christy, to the rear elevation?
You were asking me, I didn't catch any of that. I
Sorry.
thought you were asking Angie something about the rear. Okay, there you go. Slide 13.
I'm not sure if this was addressed, but those dormers do appear to be coplanar, as in the staff notes. And I know that there was a comment made about the roof pitch, but if it's going to be a 2, then the ice and water shield will need to be over the entire surface for any asphalt shingle warranty. But I think that's my primary concern there is the coplanar dormers at the rear elevation.
Which the applicant did mention that appears to be a drafting error, and in plan there would be an offset according to the applicant. So, anything else, Commissioner Goodwin?
No.
Jill, Sarah?
Can we ask Christy about the fireplaces, or does anybody have reference to that? What experience? Just the addition of a fireplace to a historic
Front.
structure?
We've had fireplaces added for patio, outdoor
Yeah. Yeah.
living space, and the fireplace has been visible from the street.
Okay.
And this is in the back, right?
No, it's in the
Left
front.
side.
It's the
Oh,
front
it's the
left
left?
corner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we wouldn't normally support that. It's visible, correct?
a little louder? I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm yelling. I apologize. I misunderstood, and for some reason I thought that was the back, but the new chimney with the new gas fireplace, so it's on the left side. Now, according to standards, we discourage, it, but it feels like we have the leeway to support it if we,
I think.
or do we want?
Yeah, not trying to speak for the applicant, but I think, given the amount of work that's having to be done here to remedy a structural issue, I think is their vision of justification for these changes and add. There's several commissioners who expressed acceptance, I guess you will, of the front bay. So I guess, it's.
Yeah, and I'm asking, so I agree with that. I just wanted to make sure that we were.
Okay.
Okay. Jill, and then we'll go back to Phil.
I have a question for Heather. Can you, for some reason, this project is acting a little wonky. I can't compare proposed and current, but you mentioned the windows changing on the master bedroom. That's the right rear of the house, right? Christy, could you just show me that? Because as I
Yeah, so
continue to
right-
try to see it here, it flips.
Can't do that. But I can show everyone right here. So slide 14, here's the front of the house. They are adding an addition behind the chimney. And then they're changing these original, so all windows behind, like on this elevation are changing. They're asking just to shorten these ones, and they're kind of changing the design. You can see the windows themselves are a little more square, and to shorten it. And I believe Angie said that they were going to be casement windows. Thank you. You're welcome.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Phil?
Yes, and back on the chimney, and our standard is the addition of a new masonry chimney that is substantially visible from the street is discouraged. Well, I agree with Commissioner Barth that I think that given all the foundation work and also the fact that chimney is set back behind part of the front roof structure, I don't have an issue with that new chimney.
Okay. I think we need some windows addressed here. I don't know whether staff feels comfortable reviewing those in person. I feel strongly about some windows that Commissioner Wojcik and myself have brought up in the master bedroom.
I have another question. The one you were just on?
Sure.
Thanks.
Right elevation?
Yeah, I missed that. That opening on the bottom left is being bricked in.
It's an addition. They're pulling out the wall. So if we go to, let me go to a floor plan. Let's go to, so you can see here, this is the existing floor plan. Here's that chimney and it's a little bump out. What they're doing is they're extruding this wall out a few feet to create this bathroom. So that bricked area here on 14th, that's
No, I don't mean that. I mean in the front of the house.
right here.
Yeah.
That is,
That's what I
I
missed.
think that's a drawing error.
It looks like a
So what you're seeing a little bit, I think, is the bump out, but I can't, we might have to ask Angie, but I think that might be a drawing error.
It's the covered porch. There's brick that creates an opening, and that's the actual front stoop.
Yeah, it just looked a little, I think what Jill's point is it looks darker.
Oh,
I think it's just,
Oh,
I think it's
gotcha,
just
I
a
gotcha.
line, I think
Sorry,
it's a
thank
drawing
you.
line weight issue.
Mhm.
But we could certainly ask them, but I'm pretty sure that's all it is.
Would you like to reopen to ask
She's
the?
shaking her
Yeah.
head.
It's
Okay,
pretty
drawing
apparent.
line weight issue,
That's pretty
okay.
apparent, Yeah.
And then did y'all talk about front additions?
The bay and
Mhm.
the chimney, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion?
Is there anyone that feels comfortable? Heather, would you?
And remember
like-
to apply standards, and if you need to break it apart into two different things, you can.
I feel
Oh,
like
Jill, hold
everybody.
on. Jill,
Sorry.
what's your question? What's your question? Oh, we can't have talking. Yeah, if you have a question, we have to all talk.
I'm sorry, but I will share what I just
Yeah, okay.
said.
Yeah.
I just think that that's a beautiful house.
Okay, thank you. Great, no question then. Okay, Heather?
Well, I feel like everybody's kind of on the same page that, except for we would like some changes with windows. So does that lead us to a continuation, or does that lead us to approval with staff review? Can you give me some guidance on that?
If you can be very directive on what the window changes are,
Mhm.
like, for example, slide 14, right elevation, windows to remain, that's something that I can approve at the staff level. And, covering also the drafting error that was mentioned about the coplanar dormers, just making sure that that's captured, brick and mortar matching, all those things are things we can sign off on.
Yeah, I feel and happy to hear, somebody butt in if they don't agree. But I feel because the majority of the windows are towards the sides and rear of the house and associated with the addition, that I feel comfortable with staff approving, some of the proportion changes that we'd like to see. Commissioner Wojcik, I think I would, at least from my position, I'd love to see those master bedroom windows retained. The applicant did mention this, but the three windows in the front, I think Chris mentioned that they were going to use those in the new proposed bay. So anyway, and then we can reference standards as you need them.
Okay. You guys are putting a lot of pressure on me. I haven't been here for 2 times. So I am going to propose that we approve this project with the following items to be reviewed,
Following conditions.
following conditions,
Mhm.
that the master bedroom windows should remain as they are currently. We would like to have the mullion layout redesigned to mimic the proportions of the existing traditional double hung windows. We approve the addition of the bay window with the original windows being reused in that structure. We approve the removal and repair of existing foundations and brickwork in affected areas as presented in the drawings.
Okay.
We approve the addition of the fireplace on the left side of the side gable living room. We approve the addition for the master bathroom and the extended shed dormers on either side of the second floor, and the extension of the roof line over the existing kitchen door, along with the adjustment of the window to the right of the kitchen door.
Okay.
I think that's the entire
Do
scope.
we will do, yes.
Yeah.
Apologies. I think Windows is 4.14, number 1, number 6. I think that covers that.
As well as new construction for the addition, I would say, what's that, 6.15, number 4. Number 2 and number 4.
And
Oh,
a
I need to
reference
state
for the
those.
front changes too. You need a standard for that.
Do I need to say those numbers, or are they, with them saying them, are they included?
I would need someone to specify.
Okay. Guys are gonna kill me, but I didn't write down what you said.
The
6.14,
Yeah, 6.14, number 2, and what was it? Number 2, number 3, and number 4. 2, 3, and 4.
thank you.
That's 6.15, number 2.
15.
1, 2, 3, and 4. And then Jill, yours were 4.
Oh, 4.14, number 1, number 6.
Anything related to additions?
And then we need,
6.20.
Okay.
yeah. Can we just holistically reference 6.20? Do we need to go into detail with regard to the front and the rear addition?
Can you cite some
Detail?
specific
Yeah.
standards? Yeah.
So 6.20, I think we're, Heather, I think we're referencing 6.20, number 1, 2. These are reasons for the approval
Yes.
with conditions. 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Or 5, 6, 7.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really pertain to number 8, but 1 through 7.
Okay. We're,
And you had some mortar. That would be guideline 5.51 and 2, or 2 and 4.
That's with regard to the masonry and mortar.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think we'd probably like to have them work with staff on matching that. And our masonry, in-house masonry expert.
thank you.
Do we need to restate with?
Do you have it? Okay, she's good.
Okay, so I can add to it.
Yeah, I'd say add those guidelines and the few things that we
Okay.
mentioned, that should be good.
So we are supporting our approval for this project based on the following guidelines. Windows would be 6.15, number 2, 3, and 4. 4 for the addition was 4.14, number 1 and 6. 6 addition was 4.
Additions was 620, 1 through 7.
Okay. Additions is 6.20, number 1 through 7. And the masonry mortar were approved based on 5.5, number 2 and 4. And we would like to have those reviewed with staff and our in-house masonry expert.
Okay. Is that it? Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik. Can I get a second? That's Jill, Commissioner Jill. We're going to do a roll call vote. Very, very formal, I know. Commissioner Bell.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Rewind. Any discussion of the motion and second or amendments?
Yeah, forgive me. I don't know if you got the rear, the coplanar dormers, the drafting error to fix the coplanar dormers at the rear elevation, please.
Can we add that as a friendly amendment?
Friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment
Yes, I
accepted by
accept.
you, Commissioner Noel?
Can I just ask something as well? Yeah, when you made your, when you added the guideline, the first guideline you referenced for the window retention, did you say 6.14?
0.15.
That was for the new construction?
That was for the window.
Because I think it was 4.14 that I had mentioned.
Did that one too.
You got that one?
Yep.
Okay, thanks, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Amendment still accepted by you, Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Okay. All right. So we'll, with that motion and second, Commissioner Bell?
I want to back up 1 second, sorry. So I think Commissioner Jill, she seconded, so she needs to approve the friendly amendment, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Rough start with.
That's okay, I'll third.
Yeah. Commissioner Walker, you're good with the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the confusion. Okay. Going around to our vote, Commissioner Bell.
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Whoa, yes.
yes, and Commissioner Barth. That approves with conditions 6-0.
Okay, thanks Angie and Chris. Next application is 1512, 1514 Southwood. And I would like to note for the record that Kim Parati has rejoined the meeting. Welcome back, Kim.
Thank you. Great job, Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Chris.
I like that.
And I believe everyone's been sworn in?
Yes.
Yes, great. Okay, this next application is 1514 Southwood Avenue. The commission heard a demolition request back in March 2022, and they approved it with a 365-day delay. So there is an active delay on this project. What the new property owners are seeking is actually only the demolition of one building, and they are going to restore the other buildings. So the demolition request was for both buildings, but it looks like we have a partial save for the commercial building. And with that, I will turn it over to the applicants. If you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please, and you have to turn the mic on to green. Okay, there you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ron Skufka. I'm the owner of the property through my entity south of Summit. My address is 1514 South Church Street, Suite 101, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
And then my name is Wesley Fitzgerald. I live at 9700 Baxter Caldwell Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28213.
And I have you started on slide 4. I would also like to note for the record that there is supplemental information about a roof screen and roof access. But with that, gentlemen, if you would just point out what slide you'd like me to pull up, and you may proceed.
Let's see. Can we start on page 11, please, actually? That'll be easiest to talk about. So as Christy mentioned, the property under its previous owner was originally approved with a 365-day hold for the demolition of both buildings. We are trying to save what would be 1512 Southwood Avenue. In order to meet the City of Charlotte requirements, we would be proposing still the demolition of 1514 Southwood Ave. And actually, that structure has quite a significant amount of structural issues included in our structural report. In this, I guess the easiest place to start with this is trying to inherently save what is good about the building. So obviously the front portion, which I believe was incorrectly labeled in the project description. The front portion is actually a secondary addition to the existing structure, which would be, I guess would be page 2 or 3 of this.
Okay, so you're saying that the brick portion is the addition and not the concrete block portion?
Correct, yes. So inside inside the building, the concrete block rear building has an entirely like a coherent brick facade with exterior windows and everything. So actually the front building is in fact an addition to it. Yeah.
New information's great. Okay.
So
that's shown on slide 7. We don't have any interior photos, but what's being referenced is this concrete structure here is being referenced as the original building.
And actually, if you look
actually right here, and then this is the supposed addition.
The farthest right photo, you can actually see where they tied in the brick to the CMU when they actually did the addition. But on the side facing cask, yeah, right there. And then on the side facing cask, they just continue with block all the way across and just tied that in. So
great.
Just
New
interesting to
information,
note.
great.
So the front building, obviously, we would retain all of the brick from the building. And I know that there was a note that we would obviously put on our drawings that all brick is to remain unpainted. We only propose the addition of paint on the rear CMU of the building. You know, kind of building off that, a lot of the windows in this project are in severe disrepair. They are missing substantial pieces of the operable mechanisms. Multiple frames are broken, have been tampered with. Some of them have been screwed into with self-tapping screws, breaking the thermal seal, and quite a few of them are missing glazing and have just been infilled with random materials over the course of the years. From our understanding, you know, we're looking to kind of enlarge some of these windows. So if you would mind going to probably page 15, I think is what it should be in yours. Yeah, okay, awesome. So, for some of these cases, we're looking at enlarging the windows as the intended use of this will be, business use, so it'll be tenant occupied. Ron here is the, the owner through the LLC, and we'll have an additional tenant in the front of the building and an additional tenant in the basement of the building. We're looking to kind of open up those without adjusting any of the header locations. We would just be extending the sill down and replacing the existing brick sill back into the new opening. So to maintain that kind of character, but allowing for a much larger opening. And as we all know, everybody loves daylight, and encouraging a tenant to come in when we have small openings and windows isn't always as easy. So we're trying to provide as much daylight to that as possible. If you wouldn't mind turning to the next slide. So this side faces where 1514, the house would be torn down. And basically what we're proposing here is opening up some additional openings along the back side of the building in the CMU wall and providing light inside of the primary tenant's space. We'll be enlarging some small opening, or some of the smaller openings from the existing building. We'll be lowering those sills down and treating them the same way in the brick. So bringing back that angled brick sill and just moving it down about, I believe, 14 inches in most cases. We are proposing a door location. Originally, it was going to be in the brick, but due to some commentary from Mecklenburg County during the permitting process, during our first cycle, that has actually been slightly moved out of the brick. And so that initial opening will retain as a window instead of an opening moving forward. I think something to kind of talk about in regards to all of this is the rear faces of the building on the next slide. When looking at it now, there is vinyl siding that has at some point been applied to this. Underneath of that is existing wood lap siding that we'd like to bring out, expose, and restore. We would like to paint it to keep a cohesive color to the building, but we are open to just restoring it and not painting it, as I see some looks of terror. It's one of those things. So, and then inside of that wood lap siding, we have the opportunity for some beautiful exposed wood trusses for the support of the ceiling interior wise. And we'd like to open that up with a large expansive piece of storefront in that section. And we'll do similar to the CAS building next door, which was an HTC project back in 2018. We would like to do an applied muntin over that to kind of give it that warehouse look and feel to match our only commercial context in the area. Every other bit of context around us in this district is residential. And then finally on the next slide would be the side facing, removed by a very large parking lot and then hidden partially by the cask building itself would be the, kind of the outside edge. And so what we're basically proposing is to remove the existing paint that was kind of haphazardly put on there and paint it one continuous uniform color. Basically as far back as we can go between our project and cask, they are extremely close together. So we'll just try and get it back as far as we can. And there it is, all CMU. There is no brick on this outside of where you see the tie-in location. So you can kind of see where that initial facade was. As they turned the corner, they tied the brick in very slightly in between CMU blocks. So we'll preserve that. We will not paint that. And then going down to the next slide, you can see some renderings of the project, and this kind of goes into a lot of the site work that needs to be done. So obviously the city of Charlotte requires quite a few modernizations in the TOD district that this falls into. So we are required to do an 8-foot setback from the back of curb before we can begin our sidewalk, and then we're required to put an 8-foot sidewalk in. From there, we would like to basically retain the grade with a 1-foot, very small landscape retaining wall, where the street side of that would be very slightly visible. And then it would mostly just be to retain that so we can create a patio for the tenants of the building to have somewhere to go outside, eat lunch. That patio itself sits across the entire front of the building and does overlap where there is an existing 24-inch oak tree. That oak tree has grown underneath the edge of the building. I believe there is an existing tree plan that basically shows its proximity. Yeah. So it's about 39 inches off the corner of the building, and a lot of the root structure is grown directly underneath the corner of our building. Our structural engineers already advised putting 3 helical piers underneath that corner to support the settling and structural kind of issues that has caused. And as such, we're proposing the removal of that tree due to that, as well as the Mecklenburg County sidewalk 8-foot requirement would severely encroach upon the root ball of the existing oak tree. And there, basically, the requirements for reinforced concrete for the sidewalk going over root ball means that we have to dig down significantly into that tree's root ball and would likely kill it in the process of trying to save it. And so what we're proposing just the removal of it and keeping the other existing trees along the streetscape and protecting them and providing for those to remain. There were some other questions about I guess there was notes from the HDC staff about the landscape wall. So it is only slightly visible from the street side. So you can see on the civil site plan, less than 4 inches of that would be sticking up above the front grade. That's mostly to retain for the patio to provide ADA access in and out of the building there. I know that you guys have some, standards for what that material could be, and I didn't know what that would look like when it wasn't directly a primary street facing wall, when it's more internal. So I would love some feedback on that. On the back side of the building, to handle the grade change and allow for ADA access to both the standard, the main level of tenant, as well as the basement, we're basically retaining at the back of the site in order to create parking spaces for the tenants there, as well as to provide an ADA spot for the back access to the basement tenant. Yeah. And then, I guess we can talk about some of the changes to the roofing. So on the back half of the building where we have the gable end roof, we're proposing metal roofing over the existing shingled roof as it is of age. We've talked with a roofing contractor that agrees that having a second barrier, even as old as it is, isn't a bad idea. And so we've provided the sample inspiration for that. So it would be a Dove Metal Gray, I believe is the actual official name of it. So it is non-reflective. And then on the front half of the building, we are proposing a 1/4-inch sloped TPO roof. It's currently just a flat roof. That's in a little bit of disrepair and is being held, most of the TPO for that is being held down by tires currently. So we're proposing to slope that. It would involve raising the parapets. If you could go to the front elevation, I would propose raising the parapet and doing a double seam parapet cap, basically. And we would do that in dark bronze that would match the storefront windows that we're proposing. This way that we can maintain a similar look to the CAS project next door with dark bronze. They have a double lapped metal fascia there as well, and allows us to properly drain that flat roof to the back of the site, or to the back of the front building, and through the gutter systems to the back of the site. We are proposing a roof canopy on the front as well. So we're suggesting a similar canopy to a lot that you see around here. So it'll be about 11 inches in depth with I think it's page 23 in yours. So it's going to have it's going to have an internal downspout, or it's going to have a downspout system involved that'll dump and run against the edge of the building there. And then it'll be also done in a matte black finish, so it should kind of match the consistency. They don't offer the dark bronze that matches to what our current storefront and metal fascia is. So we're proposing matte black for that. It will have some exterior lighting, downlights built into it, as well as a wood soffit. And then the wood soffit, I believe, is it one page up, I think? Yeah, so the wood soffit. So it's linear boards. I actually brought the official sample with me. I don't know if we're allowed to, but yeah, it's natural grain light cherry is the official one. Everybody can see it, hopefully. Maybe not. Okay. Yeah, and then as far as other exterior lighting, we had proposed on page 24. So running down the length of the facade, on the internal site side, we are proposing a series of both decorative and useful lighting fixtures to provide lighting down the walkway. Oh yeah, of course.
This is applicant's exhibit number 1, and I'm going to pass it around. Thank you.
Sorry. So yeah, so if you could actually hit slide 24 for me, please. Thank you. So the wall sconce on the left would be running down the length of the building to provide lighting to the pathway, or to the walkway that's required for ADA access from the spot to all the tenants. And then the floodlight would be on the rear of the building where we do have that retaining wall and the site is that much further down. We're proposing that floodlight to make sure that we have a well-lit area. The notes, I guess, from HE staff also included notes about a specification for the new windows. So all of the replacements are going to be done with the storefront section. Based on what we were trying to accomplish, we felt like we could maintain the brick facade with a storefront system being inserted into the opening, and then it worked extremely well in the CMU section to just have a storefront system, as there is no finishing on the CMU. So we didn't particularly feel like a nail thin window was kind of the fit, or any standard window that you guys would typically approve was going to be the right fit for this project, especially mixing storefront and windows in this case. So we felt like it was best to keep it unified across the entire facade. And that storefront spec is on pages 25 and 26. So it'll be center set, thermally broken glazing, typical for energy code requirements. And that was to be done in the dark bronze finish. And actually, I have that sample as well for you, Christy, if you want to.
Applicant's exhibit number 2. Are you proposing both the dark and the light?
They won't commit to one or the other.
I see.
So it's like they give you the absolute worst case of either side. So
Gotcha.
it could end up, the dark bronze could end up being a very light dark bronze or a very dark bronze. They wouldn't commit to just one sample. They said we have to send you both.
There's not a whole lot of difference.
It's very slight. When you stand out in the sun, it's slightly more different, but yeah, I agree.
Okay. There you go.
So yeah, and then I guess the last thing that was brought up in the initial staff comments would be by the new sidewalk and against the building. So that would be part of the site on page 11. This has edited a bit since this was done. So this was done submitted back in October to you guys, and then we've been through land development for a cycle, and then also the city already. And we actually lost that planting strip there And basically it just goes sidewalk to gravel to 15-foot buffer to the site property line. So there is no,
You're talking right here,
oh no, I was talking about down the side of the building.
down here.
Yes. So yeah, so we have the sight line, the 15-foot buffer on the left, the gravel drive, and then the 6-foot sidewalk. There's no longer a planting strip there.
Okay.
So, beyond that, I think, oh, and then 27 and 28 do contain the structural report for the 1514 Southwood residential property. Basically, it's at the maximum of all of its required structural loads. It's in poor structural condition in many sections. There's foundation issues. And given that there was already a 365-day hold on the demolition, we would actually just ask to approve the demolition of it, knowing that we're trying to save and rehabilitate 1512 Southwood. So, but I think, unless you have anything else, Ron? No, I'll let that be a question. So yeah, at this point, we're good, and we'd open it up to you guys.
All right, thank you so much. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No, we did have someone signed up, but it doesn't appear that he showed up.
Okay, so now it's our turn to ask questions. Your landscape wall, could we go back to that slide? There is a standard that we have here that talks about how a true retaining wall should be functional and not decorative. I'm paraphrasing. A, is this functional? And B, could you talk a little bit more about it?
Of course. So yes, it is functional. Basically, we had to provide ADA access to the whole building for all future tenants from the back spot. So if you would go back to slide 11 for the site, I can kind of walk you through that.
Okay.
So that ADA spot is off to the back end of the building. So basically we provided the sidewalk all the way down towards the front. So that spot on the left is the ADA. And then as you come down, as you turn the corner to get into the building, we needed to maintain an even grade. The streetscape itself sits about maybe 10 inches higher than the rest of our site. And the project already has water intrusion issues as it flows off the street to the front of the building. It runs just straight in. They actually have sandbags blocking off the roll-up door at the project. So what we were proposing was to basically extend the patio and allow for an area for drainage in front of the building. And then the retaining wall there, the landscape wall, is a foot high to kind of just brace that soil coming from the street side into our site. Does that make sense? So it's not just decorative, it does serve a purpose.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, the windows, we have a high, it takes a lot for us to say, get rid of the windows, which are original, correct?
The window, so the back structure does have existing windows inside the building, or it has a existing window inside the building. But yes, the front, they are original, but we actually don't know when the front addition was made versus the rear, because Mecklenburg County says 1953, but what is that for? Is that for the addition or for the front building only? So I'm not quite sure.
I, as one commissioner, would like that information before I start voting to get rid of windows, which are a defining characteristic of the actual building, right? So we have time and time again asked for evidence that these windows cannot be replaced and that they are original. If they're not original, then we can talk about it. And even on your, let me see if I can find this page.
It was 9 and 10.
I'm looking at page 7. The actual facade looks different than your renderings. The openings, you say, will not change, but page 7 looks pretty different than, let's see if we can get a front facade, front elevation rather. Yeah, so those look more horizontal, whereas, wait, proposed,
Well, they do
Yeah.
have the,
So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I just need clarification on that. Also, we haven't accepted a wood grain cementitious material. It has to be smooth. So that's something else to consider. In fact, there is, let me point you to the standard so that you know where to get that information. 7.16, number 2, if a wood appearance is appropriate within the design of a new non-residential building, non-grained cementitious siding that matches the traditional dimension of wood siding may be permitted.
we aren't planning on using any siding material. That was actually for the canopy soffit, what was passed around.
There was well, help me then, because there was, you passed around 2 things.
The wood sample
Mhm.
is for the underside of the exterior canopy.
Okay.
So instead of having
Okay.
just bare exposed metal, we chose to do something a little bit softer than that as you walk up to the building. So it was not, we were never intending to use that on as an exterior, facade piece.
Okay.
The only thing we're doing with wood in this case would be restoring the wood lap siding on the back sides of the building.
Okay. Let's see here. The sidewalk. The sidewalk abuts the actual structure, and we want an 18-inch buffer. So can you explain to me? Yeah.
Yes. So from the face of the building, we come off 6 feet as required by Mecklenburg County for our sidewalk. We then have a 20-foot gravel drive aisle as required by Mecklenburg County for the clearances for safety and emergency vehicles. And then we have a 15-foot buffer between ourselves and a drive aisle easement, also required by the city of Charlotte. When you add all that together, we are about 2.5 inches off the property line.
Okay.
And so I understand we can certainly provide something similar to that on the front of the building. So the patio is spaced 18 inches off except where you walk up. But on that side of the building, we have a lot of constraints when it comes to the requirements by the city and by the county
Yeah.
for the dimensions of those pieces.
And by the HDC.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. So just something that will come up in discussion that we'll talk about, because it might not work as it is now. But there are a number of people you have, or organizations you have to speak to, us being one, and 8.6 through 8.8, number 10. Sorry, no, that's not it. I have to find it, but that's something that's going to come up, that little buffer area. I have more questions, but I'm going to let some of my colleagues speak. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Goodwin?
Quick question for the applicant. So the, excuse me, the 6-foot wide sidewalk, that's to make it ADA compliant, is that?
No, technically, for ADA compliance, we're only required to provide 36 inches. That is a City of Charlotte / Mecklenburg County requirement for the TOD district that requires a 6-foot sidewalk inside the site.
Oh, okay.
It's good
Can you repeat
information.
that? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was looking.
It's a TOD requirement. So when we require sidewalks and TOD require sidewalks, our regulations trump TOD requirements. And so,
yeah, it's
I'm
good.
sorry, can you repeat that part then?
yes, yes. So when we review sidewalks interior to sites, we don't review number of parking spaces or location of parking, just that it's screened. So in that instance, TOD does say how many parking spaces you need to have. But for other elements like interior sidewalks, our standards are stronger. And so our standards trump TOD standards. So you have some flexibility on that
Okay,
sidewalk
awesome.
width. We'll be
Yeah.
able to come to a joint solution that works for everyone.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin, any other questions? All right, Commissioner Barth and then Commissioner Walker.
So the material you passed around, you said was the underside of the awning. It appeared to be some sort of wood fiber material. Is that for exterior use?
It is rated for exterior use.
Okay. All right, just wanted to clarify that. And then you mentioned, so I'm not sure I quite understood, but you mentioned that the front brick structure was likely an addition, but from the inside of the back warehouse part, you could see brick windows and walls and things?
Correct.
Can
If
you,
you could go to the page 13 on the floor plans. So this is of the existing building. So on the ground floor, you can see where the staircase, it's a existing wooden staircase, pops up the side.
Yeah.
That is the delineation between the rear building, which is the existing, or was the first structure. And it has a full brick facade inside of this building and has an existing single pane warehouse style window that is on the interior of the building that we're also planning to keep and use as a focal point. But yeah, then the front half of that building was done as an addition with, I think, 4-inch block and veneer masonry.
Can I ask a question? Okay, thanks. So is that, what side of the wall is that brick on?
So from
Is it-
this view, the brick is on the right-hand side of that wall.
Okay,
And where that ramp is an existing garage door on the inside of the building.
right here.
Correct, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes more.
It's very
Because you were
confusing.
talking about brick, and I was like, well, if there's windows, I was thinking they're facing towards the back. That would have
Oh.
told us that the front was the original part. So, I mean, you've seen this a number of times. Is the rear part is like a trussed roof, and there's probably a brick facade. And okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay, all right, that was confusing. So that clears that up. Thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Walker?
Thanks. Can you go to page 11, Christy? Yeah, for clarification, is that a public alley on the left there?
So it is a public alley, yes. We're required to maintain access for it, so we're not allowed to do anything with it. We're just basically putting new gravel down on it.
And then you said something about having to are you losing that skinny strip of grass between your sidewalk? And so ultimately then the width of that driveway will be what?
So the width of the not the alleyway, the driveway is going to be 20 feet.
Even with the addition that you will take on with the grass section being removed? It's
Yes.
still 20 feet?
Yes.
So as drawn in this, we hadn't finalized the existing site survey at the time of this was submitted. And since we realized that our site boundary on the left-hand edge was a little bit farther out than what we had, or a little bit closer into the building than we had originally anticipated, which is why that strip ended up being removed, because it ended up only being.
So it'll just be driveway all the way across?
Correct. Although based on new information given to us today, there is room.
We're gonna need a revised site plan.
Yeah,
Right, so that 20-foot driveway width is another Todd requirement?
that is, no, that is an emergency vehicle access.
Oh, okay.
So that one would be NC Fire Prevention Code.
Okay, and then my last question, talk to me about where all the cars are going to park, because it looks like you have at least 10 or 12 offices in that building now, or will?
So the back half of the building provides 3 spaces there. And then on the front, we have the ADA spot. And then technically, we're not required to provide any parking, but also there is ample street parking in this area. So it is street parking allowed. And then, in the event of an emergency, basically the idea would be to park along the parallel edge of the 15-foot buffer in the gravel, and then in the event of emergency, vehicles would have to move. But the realistic need is that we're providing the ADA parking plus 2 additional parking spots, which isn't even required.
An element of the Todd NC zoning is that because it's bordered on the left-hand side of this picture by 3 residential structures, that they required us to maintain a 15-foot buffer in addition to the 10-foot alleyway. If that 15-foot buffer was not required, it would open up some additional options that would be desirable for the use of the property as office. However, when the city came back and said that they were requiring the 15-foot buffer and the required 20-foot with access for fire and emergency vehicles, we suddenly
So is the
had very little
15
option.
Is the 15-foot buffer what you have on the back side of the property there?
15-foot
Those black-
buffer is where you're seeing those screening trees between the alleyway. They allowed for the narrowing at the access or the mouth of it coming onto Southwood. But then after we get past our 10-foot alleyway, they require that additional 15 feet. So we've got 10 feet of alleyway. We've got 15 feet of the screening buffer because of the Todd NC residential. And then we've got 20 feet of the emergency access.
It's shown by the gray dotted line right here.
Yeah.
It was not originally understood that they were going to require the 15-foot buffer, but the site plan reflects what they are requiring at this time.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I did have one more question. The retaining walls, both front and rear, are those interlocking, are those proposed as interlocking concrete blocks?
So the front landscape wall is going to be interlocking block, but the rear landscape wall would be cast in place concrete.
Okay, would you consider a different material for that front retaining wall? We do have a standard that prohibits the use of interlocking concrete.
Correct. Yeah. So that was I sat in on the January 11th meeting, and so I saw that whole deliberation over that one retaining wall. So we are welcome to changing that to maybe a standard block interior and then facing it with brick, if that is acceptable. There are several houses across the street that have low retaining walls with brick faces, and we would just cap that with either some kind of light stone or precast concrete material, if that is acceptable.
I'll share the standard with you.
Okay.
It's 7.16, number 1. Use compatible traditional materials such as brick, stucco, stone, and wood. Avoid split-faced block and any material, color, size, scale, or texture that is in stark contrast to the historic context.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah.
Okay. Out of curiosity, why are you changing, and maybe you said it, so please forgive me if you did, the shingles to metal?
It's a twofold part. So the roof is older, and would be due to be replaced anyway within a few years. But because of that, and because of the extent of the work we're doing on the other building, we do have to provide the current North Carolina building codes, basically for energy conservation. And as such, it was either batting underneath all of that, which is exposed to the bottom because it's open trusses, basically from the floor of the ground level all the way to the top of that gable is just exposed wood trusses, and we wanted to preserve that. Or if we went with the metal roof topping, we could actually do continuous insulation outside of the building to meet basically the new energy code standards while maintaining the interior feel of the building.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
No problem.
All right, other questions? Christy, this material that they passed around that's due to go under the canopy, just confirm for me, have we ever used that material? Have we approved that material?
No, we usually require wood.
Wood, okay. Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. Any other questions before we close for deliberation? Anything you'd like to add before we close?
I guess just one note about that. The canopies themselves have an option for just a metal-based bottom, but we felt that that was a little out of it was out of place walking up to the building because it's just a ribbed undersided metal bottom.
Mhm.
And so the reason why we did that was we needed a wet rated product, and we ended up going with that one. I knew that you didn't allow cementitious pieces for facade pieces, so I thought maybe the underside of the canopy would be acceptable. But we are open to suggestions
Okay.
to better handle that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So wood would be our suggestion. Would you be open to that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else before we close? It's like, no, we wouldn't. I'm just- anything else you want to add? Okay. All right. We will close for deliberation. Commissioner Wojcik, why don't you lead us in discussion on this one?
Overall, I think that determining the age of the addition and what windows in the structure are original and which are not would be extremely helpful in making the decisions on window changes or not. And then obviously there's standards that have variation that need to be addressed with the site plan and sidewalks and some additional material for the retaining wall. But I think the age of the structure and the windows is the most dominant
thing that we need to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Agree with that. What are your thoughts, Commissioner Wheat?
So with the windows, do we think, I know we don't know if they're original or not, but based on the images that they provided, and clearly some of them are not functioning, do we think that that is not enough evidence to warrant a replacement if necessary?
Well, because our windows are one of the most important features of our historic buildings, yes, we need more evidence. We've, in the past, made the threshold for the replacement of windows pretty high. That means that we have to know without a shadow of a doubt that they cannot be fixed. Of course, they're not fixed now. They're broken.
Why would they get fixed?
But if we could make sure that we have at least 2 to 3, in the past, that's what we've asked for, specialists look at the windows and determine that they were not viable, then at that point, we've said, okay, you can replace the windows with the appropriate material, appropriate type of window.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
No other thoughts? Okay, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I was just wondering how the board feels about the cast in place concrete. I was wondering how the board feels about the cast in place concrete retaining wall in the rear. That meets our standards.
We do those. We do cast in place concrete retaining walls. Sometimes they have, a brick edging, but yes, we do those all the time.
Okay.
And that would be a perfectly appropriate alternative at the front too. So choose, or should they choose? A brick is also appropriate.
Christy, how do we determine if the retaining wall, how have we determined in the past if it was more functional than decorative? What have we asked for?
For this, it sounds
Yeah.
like they're having to do some regrading for ADA accessibility, which means that it's going to require a functional retaining wall to hold back the dirt because as a result of the regrading for ADA access. That's how I interpreted it.
And should we say that's good to go, then I want to make sure that finds its way into.
The part you should look into is considering, front porches, front patios, what those depths and dimensions are, that sort of thing.
Okay. Commissioner Walker.
Thanks. Given the Historic District Ordinance superseding Todd and that having an impact on the requirement for that sidewalk, I would like to explore the preservation of that tree now that we don't possibly need that sidewalk and that tree could stay where it is.
Okay. All right, so that's noted. Commissioner Barth.
Are you talking about, I just want to make sure for the record, it's slide 12 at the front left corner of the building? Correct.
Yes, thanks.
Thanks.
I think the applicants expressed concern with the tree root system damaging the existing structure and foundation.
Right, but they had a mitigation for that, and so I can't remember what it was.
It's adding helical piers.
Thank you.
Okay. The other two things that I would mention that haven't been mentioned yet were regards to the awning soffit. To me, this is an industrial building. Granted, we're close to residential, but this building's been there for over 50 years. I would be open to even the underside of that being painted metal. If the applicant would like to explore wood, or if the commissioners would agree with this, then I think wood would be appropriate too. But I'd like to, from my perspective, I'd like to extend the option that it could be metal. Same thing for the replacement roof of a building of this type and occupancy. I think metal would be appropriate here.
Yeah, and 7.16 actually speaks to that, Commissioner Barth, you're right. It says, it's number 4. While wood and metal are the first choice for elements such as trim, storefront elements, and other decorative features. Oh no, that's about trim. I saw something about using metal on this, on storefront buildings. So I'm in agreement with that. I just have to find the standard that backs it up. Let's see, what else? So we've talked about the planting strip. We've talked about the tree. We've talked about the landscape wall. They've already said that the brick is going to remain unpainted. Thank you, guys. And really, at this point, I think our sticking points will be just getting more information to justify the replacement of the windows, or getting more information to show that they can in fact be replaced. So that's a sticking point. Any other sticking points for you all? Anything we're missing? Commissioner Bell?
No, the only thing I had was on the tree.
Okay. And I want to go back through just to make sure we're being thorough about what the applicants are requesting. And if, in fact, we get information, the applicants get information showing that the windows do need to be replaced, we do need to make sure that the window openings remain the same and that they are reflected on the elevations as such. Commissioner Hojic, Commissioner Heather.
I'm concerned about keeping the tree only because it's already caused foundation issues, and what they're having to do is to repair what the tree's already done. And if that's the case, if the tree continues to grow, it's just going to cause more problems. So if structurally the tree does need to be removed, can't we request they submit for replanting?
You can actually back up a step and request that they submit documentation of the damage to the building to support the removal.
I thought they did.
I saw.
See that, they,
Oh,
they,
okay. I saw something from the structural engineer, but maybe that was on
There-
the second.
That was
No.
not about the house, I believe.
Okay.
But if you have that question, you can always open it back up.
okay.
Well, let me look and.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't hurt to open it back up. Why don't we open, guys? Do we have documentation in here that we're that we're somehow overlooking about the damage done to the foundation?
We do have a structural report for the 1512 project. However, it was not included in this because it brought to light a couple of other things in general. And we were focusing more so on the demolition of 1514, the structural difficulties with 1512 were kind of a separate animal in and of itself.
Okay, just so that you all know, just to reiterate and put it on record, just like we're serious about our windows, we're serious about our trees. So if you can come back with documentation showing us how this particular tree has affected the foundation of your current structure, then we would be more amenable to saying, yeah, we can get rid of this tree and replant others. Okay, Commissioner Bell?
Sorry, can we also ask for an arborist report, though? Because I understand if it's structural, that's fair, but I would also like to understand from a tree expert on the feelings of maintaining it in that space and what that means.
Thank you, Commissioner Bell.
Thank you.
Okay, are you all good with that?
Yeah, per getting a arborist report for the health of the tree? Or
And not just the help, but maintaining the tree in that space. So I think the commissioners are supporting a structural report regarding the damage of the tree to what you all are trying to do. But I would also speak on behalf of the commission to ask for an arborist report so we understand, is there any potential health impacts to the tree by leaving it there? I don't know, if something might come down the road.
We're trying to understand it holistically.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, Commissioner Goodwin?
I have some questions about this tree. How close is the tree to the building at this point?
It's about 39 inches from the center of the tree.
39 inches, and you are doing helical piers in that corner of the building near
Yes.
that tree?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that
ahead.
kind of goes to the point in the conversation of the commission is that we have to take the tree down to do the structural repairs to this building.
Yeah.
We've got to install those helical piers in that corner of the building for me to save this building. So I'd love to do both and get an arborist report and structural, but the underlying problem here is that this tree never should have been in that location. It was. If the damage is done, I've got to take the tree down and I've got to do the helical piers at my expense to just even start to try to save that corner of the building.
Okay,
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And also the fact that it's that close to the building and now you're putting in sidewalks all around the base of that tree and that close, with the tree being that close to the building and the sidewalk and all the disruption, that tree would never survive.
so, I mean, we would work from the tree and work backwards, but if the, Commissioner Bell, evidence we get from the applicants shows irreparable harm done to the actual building as a result of the tree being there, would that be sufficient? Or would you still want an arborist report?
No, that's fine. I didn't really have that clarity, so regarding.
Okay, so if and when you get the documentation showing the damage done to the foundation, then that should be sufficient enough. If you don't have that evidence, then we'll want the arborist report and we'll start reconfiguring sidewalks and things like that to save the tree.
Thank you. We do have it. We do have the same structural engineer that provided it, had it in a more broader report, and we provided the report as to the expediting the demolition of this, the residential structure. So as Wes was saying, it exists. It's part of the overall report on the structure of the building. And so we can have our existing structural engineer simply excerpt that component of what he was saying and the need for
Copy and paste.
repairs, and we can get it to you
Okay, perfect.
promptly.
Thank you very much. Okay, any other questions before we close? Okay, thanks, guys. We'll reclose. So we've collectively come up with some things that we want to see done, some more evidence that we want presented. Who has been taking notes and is ready to make a motion? I will call on someone. Commissioner Bell, thank you so much for stepping up.
I don't know how good my notes are.
And as usual, we'll work together on this.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with the staff analysis and some of the notes that I've taken. I will need some assistance on the standard numbers.
We're here.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you?
Yeah.
Testing.
I know it's not a natural thing, Peeps, but let's speak
Yeah,
directly
sorry
into the
about
mic.
I feel like
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I make a motion to continue this application, starting with information that we'll need on the tree.
Well, we want to know how the tree is impacting the foundation.
Tree, information on how the tree is impacting the structure that is going to be maintained.
And if you, do we have a standard we can shout out someone?
Standard for let's see, standard.
Yeah, if you're speaking, if you're giving a standard, we need to be able to hear you. So make sure your mic is on and make sure.
411.
Okay.
Under trees.
4.11, standard 4.11 for the trees.
Oh,
And
sorry, I misspoke. That's not it.
I think it's 8.5, number 2.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Barth.
Thank you. And
number 5.
And number 5. So
and
you
number
have 2.
5. Thank you.
Okay.
And the landscape wall, the retaining wall. Even though we understand that it serves a purpose, the regrading, we need more information to understand the regrading to create the functionality for the app, how it's going to be used.
I think it was more the materials than the function.
It would be nice to have both.
Okay.
And the materials, the selected materials for its function. I think what I was going to do is actually leave all the materials to the staff. Is that all right? Or do we want to sign off on?
Well, since we're continuing it, let's ask for it. It's good to have more information than not enough.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And I will find that, we will find that standard for you. It's 8.6 somewhere, so just a moment. Oh, it's actually an hour.
Yeah, 8.7, number 12.
8.75.
And then it's
8.7, number 12.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8.7, number 12.
For no interlocking concrete blocks.
and 8.7, number 11.
And number 11.
Okay.
Got it? Okay.
Okay.
And then also on the windows, we're requesting information and additional evidence that the windows must be replaced, that they're not damaged beyond repair. Typically,
Yeah. So just need documentation showing they cannot be repaired.
they cannot be repaired.
And that is 4.12 through 4.14.
4.12 through 4.14. And Let me see. And we've already discussed that the brick would not be painted.
Mhm.
So the brick will remain in its original form.
Right, so that is not a part of their application, painting the brick, so we don't have to address that.
Oh, okay.
They're not asking to.
How about the sidewalk
And
that
yeah,
is
I'm just
abutting the
looking at
building?
Sidewalk.
Yeah.
I did not take great notes on the sidewalk, so I might need some help.
So I'll read the standard to you. When I find it. Side. A plan. Here we are. Eight 8.2, yeah, but what number, Commissioner Barth?
Number 8.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. That seems, that, it says house though, it seems, I think it's
This could be, an instance of not needing a guideline because we are now in an area where the historic district ordinance is superseding the requirements. So I don't think we're going to find a guideline that will apply to this particular condition.
I think these guidelines do apply.
There's 8.3 speaks on other non-residential buildings.
Oh,
Christy, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, these are landscaping guidelines applicable to all construction.
Number 9, I guess.
Number 8.
Yeah, I think we should go back to what you said in the beginning, Commissioner Barth, and what Commissioner Goodwin is saying now. Let's go back to 8.2, number 8.
And could you repeat that?
Okay, sure. It's 8.2, number 8. And it's the standard we're using to say.
Oh, do not pave up to the
foundation, yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So regarding the sidewalk, we're applying standard 8. Number 8.
8.2, number 8.
Oh, 8.2, number 8, sorry.
Mhm.
I'm looking at this online instead of, and I'm not scrolling.
Doing a great job, Commissioner Bell, thank you.
So it's 8.2, number 8.
Do not pave.
I'll read, do you want me to read it out? Do not pave up to the foundation. A planting strip approximately 12 to 24 feet wide should be left.
Inches.
Oh, inches, sorry. Should be left between the drive and the house.
Okay.
And let's see, windows, brick.
Don't forget the.
Canopy.
I'm sorry,
Underside of the canopy.
exactly,
Is that
that's
what
what I
you're-
was about to say.
Yeah, underside of the canopy can be
I
left.
can't hear you.
The underside of the canopy can be left metal or wood up to the option of the applicant.
Okay, regarding the canopy, it can be left either wood or metal, whatever the applicant would like. But
Okay.
that also applies to the materials, right?
Right, absolutely. And materials will be 7.16. Okay.
Standard 7.16.
That
But then-
section.
Oh,
That section is on materials.
that section too. But then regarding other materials, I make a motion that we ask the staff to provide guidelines as each of those materials are selected.
Will that work for you, Christy?
Is that
Okay. All right.
I'd say also for the awning, 7.15, number 1 and 3 would be appropriate.
Let's help Joyce. She couldn't hear you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, with regard to the awning as well, Commissioner Bell, I'd also reference section 7.15 for storefronts, number 1 and 3 are helpful.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Shannon, thank you for being so patient with us.
And shall I repeat that? Or do you have that?
Do we need that repeated?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so
I think that
motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any further discussion of the motion?
I actually have a question.
Sure, Commissioner Wheat.
Sorry, this didn't come up, but shutters. No, we didn't mention the shutters.
That's right, because they're
Standard
removing them. Thank you.
4.15.
Yeah, all right. So will you repeat that standard?
Standard.
And turn on your mic?
Standard
So we can hear all the
4.
wonderful things you're
Sorry.
saying. It should be green.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I don't
it
know
is.
why.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. Standard 4.15 shutters, and number 1 is retain any original shutters and hardware.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wheat. Great job.
Clarification,
Sure.
are you suggesting that we keep the shutters?
I'm asking the commission.
The
Because it's a
shutters,
standard.
the shutters seem incongruous with what we would typically approve. I think they're okay to remove.
And and you all can just not yes or no, but in the application, they say that they're not original, they're not historic. So no need, but thank you. Good catch.
And I would also another amendment or comment, do we need to reference the roof material being accepted as metal? Section 7.12, number 6 and 5 and 6.
That is why we are allowing it.
Correct.
now, so help me, I thought that that's what we were asking the staff to do, was to sign off on material or no?
The metal roofing it meets our standards. It's not incongruous with the type of building it is. So we can decide that one. If there are other little materials that pop up here and there, staff can approve those. Okay?
So we're adding a special amendment or comment?
Sure, I think it's important to state, I agree with Commissioner Barth, it's important to state in our motion while we're allowing that change.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're allowing the,
So I guess my amendment would be special note that we are approving metal roofing per section 7.12, number 5 and 6, as it relates to this building type.
Commissioner Barth, do you agree with that friendly amendment?
Yes, I agree with my amendment. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bell?
yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0. Thank you so much.
Okay. Our attorney has arrived for case number 11 and number 1. So what would we like to skip back to number 11?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me make sure Jonathan's with us. Jonathan, are you with us?
Let the record show that Attorney Thomas Powers
Well, not yet.
is almost in the
Because
building.
If Jonathan's not with us, I might give him a heads up. Maybe we hear 15 and give him a heads up that he needs to jump on.
Sure.
Okay. 1819 Lennox, are y'all with us? If not, we're gonna keep moving.
I'm here. I couldn't
Hi,
get
Shelley.
it unmuted.
Hi, Shelley.
Yeah.
Shelley, can we
Sorry.
see your face on camera,
Yeah,
please?
hang on. How to, oh, yeah. Hi. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
We're not ready. I'm trying to get back to the PDFs and switching views. All right. Let's see, 15.
Shelley, are you able to hear me as well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Shelley, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we need to do that first. And Christy,
Hi.
is that you? Hi, welcome. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll need to swear you in too.
Thank you.
All right. If you'll both please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, this next application is 1819 Lenox Avenue. And it is an after-the-fact application. It is in multiple parts. They are listed in the staff memo. Part 1 is removing a brick retaining wall and installing a new retaining wall. Part B is installing a new brick front porch stairs and wing walls. Part C is a new fence. And Part D is removing the concrete walkway and wing walls to the public sidewalk, the original wing walls. And again, just a reminder, even though work has already begun on this project, the commission needs to not take that in consideration. You're reviewing this project as if work has not occurred yet. So with that, Shelley, I'm turning it over to you. I'm starting on the survey on slide 5. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. And Christy, if you would also state your name and address for the court reporter, please.
Okay, my name is Shelley Hughes. That's spelled Shelley. Last name Hughes. My address is 7421 Coors Drive, like the beer, Arvada, Colorado, 80005.
And I'm Christy Oldham, KRISTYOLDHAM. And I live at 1819 Lenox. I'm the homeowner here, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Okay, before we get into it, we just need to take a moment. And hear from Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Just share.
So I just wanted to let everybody know that Shelley and I work together, so I wanted to see if that, I needed to recuse myself from the review. Is that the right word? Yes. Okay. Yes and yes. Thank you.
And I would say up front that Heather has not helped me with this project or looked at it at all, so she has no knowledge of it.
Thanks, Heather. Yep, if you would just sit in the audience or take a walk or whatever you need to do. Yep, thank you.
Take a walk, Heather. Thank you for saying.
All right.
Sharing.
Thanks, Shelley.
Yes.
Oh, wait, we have something. We have Commissioner Barth.
I think I also need to disclose, I think I have in the past that Shelley and I used to be colleagues. I don't know if that matters.
Hey, we need to hear you. You need to.
We don't mumble.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Shelley and I, the applicant and I used to be colleagues too. I didn't know whether that needed to be disclosed. I think I have in the past.
Sure.
It's probably been, I think it's
Probably
great.
been 15 years since we worked together, though.
It's been quite some time, yeah.
No, but it's definitely great and appropriate for you to just disclose that. But, under the circumstances, there's no current business relationship. I don't see an issue with that, but thank you for
Great,
disclosing.
thank you.
Shelley, do you have any other relationships on this board?
I don't think so. I mean, I know a lot of you, but no, we don't work together with anybody else.
Thank you so much. I think it's Commissioner Barth. Okay,
Okay, are you ready for me?
we are.
Okay. So I guess just to orient you a little bit to the project here, these clients have been in the Historic District for a while. They're not unfamiliar with this process, but really were unaware that site features needed to be approved also. And so they started some work on the retaining walls and brick sidewalks to repair them because they were starting to fall apart. And then when it was discovered they were doing work, they stopped work and filed the appropriate applications. But after getting those applications in, they realized they were over their head and brought me in to assist through this process. So there is some site work that has been done, but we stopped and left it where it was. So you'll see that in some of the photos, and waited till we could get in front of you to review this. So one of the reasons that we're here is that some of the items on this list could have possibly been approved by staff, but we ran up a couple of issues that couldn't be approved by staff, so we ended up just bringing it all to you. The first, I guess, issue was the brick retaining wall that's right up against the public sidewalk there. Had failed in a few places and was starting to fall apart. So we just wanted to replace it pretty much like for like or in better condition than it was up against the sidewalk, but we were told by staff that it needed to be pushed back 18 to 24 inches. And we would like to keep it against the sidewalk for multiple reasons. One, we're not trying to change what's there. We just want to put back what was there basically. But you'll notice in that upper photo of the house on this slide, there's a tree on the right-hand side of the sidewalk, and there used to be one that was on the left-hand side of the sidewalk that was approved by the commission several years ago to be removed because it was diseased and dying. And they are in process right now with Heartwood Tree Company to save the tree that's on the right. It is in failing health, and they are working to try to restore that and get it back to good health. So we are concerned that pushing the retaining wall back 18 to 24 inches could endanger that further and hinder us being able to save that tree. Also, you'll notice that that retaining wall, it doesn't just run across the front of the property there, it also runs down each side. And I point this out because if you'll go back one slide to the survey, you'll see that our property lines are right where that retaining wall is. And there are public alleyways on both sides. So we can't move the retaining wall on the sides any more than where it currently is. And I also want to point out ahead of time that where the current retaining wall sits at the front against the public sidewalk is in the right of way. And the clients understand that. They understand if the city ever comes in and does work in that right of way and tears up that retaining wall, that they would be on the hook for replacing that or fixing that. And in the event that that tree does die in the future, and or if that retaining wall had to be replaced, we could consider pushing it back at that time. But right now we're trying to keep it as far away from the tree as possible and all the way against the sidewalk like it currently is. Go back to the next slide. You'll see also that there is currently photo there, and there's some at the very end of this slideshow too that showed some of the previous images of the house. Sorry, it might be the next slide, Christy. So the bottom left corner is, I think Christy said we believe that photo might have been taken in the 80s. You can see the brick retaining wall was there. It already had some damage to it. It's been repaired once. And also at the very end of the slide presentation, the last few pages show some older photos of the home as well that also show that retaining wall exactly where it sits in the 1980s photo. So we do believe it's a historic wall. It's been repaired a couple of times already. And I think there's a few more slides below that one as well, Christy.
For the record, that was slide 33 and then 35.
Yes.
And then 37.
Yes, and that's the same photo that was in our first slide too. So I'm not sure how old those other photos are, but we do believe that that brick retaining wall was historic, and we do just want to put it back like it was. We're not proposing any additional height or any change in materials, with the exception that When they started doing site work before we realized that they couldn't do what they were doing, a CMU retaining wall was installed. And so we'd like to use that since it's already there if we can, which we also think will make this wall more stable going forward. And either applying a brick veneer or a thin brick to the face of it, and also the top, a brick roll-lock. So we want to keep it the same as what it was, but reinforce it so that it's stronger. Originally, there were concrete steps going from the public sidewalk up to the private sidewalk, and those have been torn out. And we would like to propose going back with brick, and we have several images of other projects on a few slides down that show quite a few other neighborhood examples of brick steps from the public sidewalk, and we'd like to mimic some of those designs rather than going back with concrete. But we are open to the idea that you guys might require us to put the concrete back like it was, which we would, if we have to do that, we will, but we would prefer brick if we can. The next part of this project is the sidewalk that goes from those steps to the house. Originally, Christy, if you zoom in on that lower middle photo that shows the sidewalk, you'll see that it originally was like a 2-brick basket weave pattern. And we want to go back with the exact same thing, exact same location, exact same size and details. We're not proposing any changes there. It's all been ripped out now. But we're just proposing to put back exactly what was there. The next part of the project is that sidewalk leads to the steps going up to the house, which were or are currently brick. In some of the historic photos, they showed wood steps and treads there between the cheek walls going up to the house. But we think that probably sometime around the 80s, those were replaced with brick, and that's what's been there ever since this homeowner's been there. But they were starting to fail and fall away from the foundation. I think we have a couple close-ups on one of these slides that shows that a little bit better, maybe the next one. And so we're just trying to repair those as well, also with brick. Go back up one slide to number 7, slide 7. That top middle photo shows some of the demo work. But the steps were in pretty bad shape. The brick needs to be replaced. And I think in the staff notes, it was mentioned that we want to replace the cheek walls on each side. We're not necessarily asking for replacement of those. We just want to repair them. And the current foundation and those cheek walls are already parged, and they had a concrete cap on top, which is broken and fallen away. So we would just want to replace and repair this cheek walls, and then repair the brick, replace the brick between the cheek walls, so that everything is stable and not going to fall apart again. And then I think the last part of this was that we want to install a small fence along the left side of the property in line with the brick retaining wall. And the reason for that is the property to the left of this is Dilworth Animal Hospital. It's a public property. And they just want to create a barrier there between the low retaining wall and then some additional fence to keep people off their property. People do walk dogs up and down that public alleyway next to their house, and so we're trying to keep people out of their yard. So I think it was originally mentioned here in the staff notes, there were 4 parts, but really I think it's 5 parts. So I just wanted to be clear on that. So we have the retaining wall, we have the steps from the public sidewalk, we have the steps to the house and the sidewalk to the house, and then the fence on the left side of the property. There are trees there currently, and I think Cindy or someone at staff level had brought this up when we submitted everything, wanted to know if that fence really could fit there. We might have to adjust it a few inches here or there. There are trees that we're going to have to kind of thread through there, but we might have to adjust it a few inches one way or another just to clear the trees. But we're just proposing a black wrought iron fence, and we've given examples of others that we found in the neighborhood. There's one there at the top of that top left image of the page that we're hoping to mimic. And then the next image down on that same slide is a similar stair that we would like to do from the public steps up to the private sidewalk. And then there is a project at 2107 Dilworth Road East that was approved back in December of 2021 that is very similar to this, that had brick steps and was not set back from the sidewalk. So that's one of our primary precedent examples that we'd like to point out, hopefully for approval for this. So just to reiterate again, we're not proposing anything new here. We just want to put back what was there, with the exception of changing the concrete steps that were at the public sidewalk to brick. And everything else will go back in exactly where it was, how it was, with the exception of maybe a CMU reinforced backup behind the retaining wall. And I think I mentioned about the tree. We're trying to save. That's the main reason we don't want to push the retaining wall back any at this point in time. And also want to point out, I think it was brought up at 1.2. If you go back to slide number 6, I think. Sorry, go down one more slide, 7. So the left side retaining wall, I think there might be one better image, but I'll start here. The left retaining wall, you see that it comes up to a curb cut for the street at the corner there, and the brick retaining wall doesn't line up exactly with where the curb cut is. And I think somewhere along the way, somebody mentioned, could we move the retaining wall over so it lines up with the curb cut? But in all the historic photos we found, it never lined up. So we are proposing to put it exactly where it was. I think you might be able to see it better in one of those historic photos back down on 34, 35. Keep going a little further. Right there, 24, sorry. So you'll see the corner of the retaining wall doesn't line up with that concrete apron that goes out to the street, and it never did in the historic photos. So if that comes up in discussion, I just wanted to point that out up front. I think that's most of it. Christy, do you have anything that you want to add?
Thanks. I think you covered most of it, Shelley. Maybe just why we're on this one in particular. So when we had the brick retaining wall replaced with this and then stopped, the left side that you're looking at is about 2 inches off of where the one previously was. And so we intend, whether we replace this whole thing with new brick or are able to put the brick facing on the, I forget what you're calling it, Shelley, see something.
Retaining wall.
The retaining wall, the material that's there now, regardless, we will move that left side in 2 to 3 inches because it's slightly off of where the original one was, just on that side.
Yeah, and I don't think we have a good picture of it, but if you zoom in on that, you can see some of the original retaining wall going straight back in line with that left wall. It's very hard to see. We were trying to find a good image of it the other day, but so behind that left wall, new retaining wall, there's still some of the original brick retaining wall left behind it. If you put your cursor on the left wall and follow it straight back where the fence line's going, that's what I'm talking about, but in line with the retaining wall. There's a little bit of the brick left there that we can realign with. So I think that's it. Let me know what questions you have.
Thanks, Shelley. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No, we don't.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, hi, Shelley. Quick question for you. It looks like the new CMU retaining wall is right up to the sidewalk. Is there any gap there at all? We had a conversation about thin brick earlier. And
Yeah.
how oftentimes you don't get a good result with that. Is there any room there at all? Could you perhaps use a queen size brick?
Maybe go to slide 23, please. I think you can see it there. Yeah, it is right up against it. I think the brick was maybe applied to that originally, and they've just added another course on top of that. So the brick did used to overlap the sidewalk there just a little. So whether it's a standard brick facing that or a thin brick, still the goal at the end of the day is for it to look like it did originally. We're not trying to propose something new here.
Understood, and you would certainly get a better result with not a thin brick, regular
Yeah,
brick.
full
Would be a
brick
queen
would
size
last
brick if you're
better.
concerned about it overlapping the sidewalk very much.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, my only concern, some of the examples that I provided, Christy, if you'll go back up to like slide 8 or 9, I think. The one that had brick detail on it. The original wall was just 8 inches thick, like that middle brick retaining wall detail there. If we're going to apply brick to the CMU, we would have to do a staggered kind of 12 inches of brick roll-lock running across the top there instead of a single row. It'd have to be a brick and a half, if that makes sense. It's going to be 12 inches now instead of 8 inches if we're putting it over the CMU.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I think that would be acceptable.
Mhm.
One of the questions, the solid stone steps would be removed, is that correct, and replaced with?
They have been removed, and the clients started putting in these large monolithic stones, which if we could reuse them, I'm sure they would love to since they've already been paid for. But if not, we would like to propose putting all brick steps and retaining walls back in there instead of the concrete.
All right, thank you.
Shelley, thanks for providing the historic image. That's really, really helpful. And I'm just going to share my challenge and maybe you can help me work through it. Typically when, let's say this retaining wall's there and things change, codes change, what the city wants changes, but that's grandfathered in. When you remove it, we usually step into compliance. Why should this situation be different?
Mainly because we want to save the tree, and that's in danger right now, and they've already lost one tree. So we just feel like pushing it back is getting into those tree roots even more, and we're already trying to save it, and it's already trying to die. So it's already being treated, like I said, by Heartwood. We don't have a report or anything that talks about that, but Heartwood is doing regular treatments on that tree to try to save it. They've already limbed it up and tried to get it healthy and hopefully get it back to where it will remain. But we feel like the canopy is already hanging out over the sidewalk, so we know the roots are going out that far too. And I feel like if we start pushing that back 18 to 24 inches, we could be getting into some major roots.
It would be really helpful to have documentation to that effect from Heartwood. Is one commissioner, I will say that because obviously, you know, we can't go off of feelings. We have to go off of the information provided to us by the experts. In context, are there other retaining walls that abut the sidewalk along that same streetscape?
Yes, if you go down, I think 2 slides, maybe 8 or 9, we have multiple, sorry, further down, go down to 10. There's several here. So the bottom middle image, those are directly across the street.
Let me catch up. I'm going to go to your slide. Go to number 10 too. Okay.
At 831 Worthington, at the bottom of the page, the middle 2 slides that show the brick retaining wall, that's right across the street pretty much.
Okay.
Or fairly close. And then this slide also shows some of the brick steps coming from the public sidewalk up to the private yard. And then the next slide also shows some more retaining wall examples, but all of those on that sheet show the retaining wall right up against the sidewalk, every one of them. And,
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
And then if you go down one more slide, you'll see more.
Mm-hmm.
And this slide shows more of the brick between the cheek walls at the house. And that's what we've got multiple examples too of those all around this property, of other properties that have the brick steps between the cheek walls at the house. And also the basket weave type sidewalk at the bottom there. And all of these are within a block or 2 of their house.
Were these approved through the HDC?
I assume so, or they were original.
Okay.
I didn't do any research to find that out. The only one that I know that you guys have approved is 2107 Dilworth Road East, which was approved back in December of 2021, which was it had the brick retaining wall against the sidewalk and brick steps up from the public sidewalk to the private sidewalk.
Okay, Christy, will you help with that, please?
Anything I would say would be pure conjecture, but
Okay.
I would be glad to do research and get back to the commission on all of these shown, as well as the one that Shelley just mentioned, because there may have been extenuating circumstances around that approval.
Sure.
That I would want to make sure you got.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
okay,
sure the
that's-
one at 2107 Dilworth Road East was all brand new work. It was all completely replacing what was there, or there was nothing there before.
And yeah, in that one, there was no retaining wall. It was there, that one was a request for a new first retaining wall, and they went through the full commission because they were initially told they had to push it back the 12 to 24 inches, but then when it went through the full commission, it was approved.
I remember that. Okay. Those are my questions for now. Commission, any other questions before we close? Commissioner Barth?
Yes, Shelley, you've referenced the metal fence that you'd like to do between the retaining wall on the side for privacy and security. Why metal? I imagine this image was taken from the neighborhood, or do you have any references as to?
Yeah, it's from the neighborhood. It's that same, if you go back to slide 10, I think it's that same property that's at the bottom. I don't know if you can see it in those I'm sorry, it might not be the same property, but go back to slide 8. I don't know if I put the address on there or not, but it was in the neighborhood nearby. I did not put the address on there, but that is in the neighborhood. Christy, do you know what house that might be in that upper left?
Yeah, I
fence of
believe
the
that one
neighborhood?
borders Kingston, which is a block and a half over from us. I believe that one's on Kingston, but there's multiple. There's one also on East, on our same block, but on East Boulevard, from the business on the corner. They have one that's a very similar fencing, although theirs would be taller than ours. Ours would be 3 foot, and I believe theirs is like a 4 foot or 5 foot.
Staff can approve fencing. The only issue staff has with it is making sure that the height is 3 foot and that it ties in at the front corner of the house. Typically, we do not approve fencing that ends forward of the porch or ties into the front of the porch. So that's where things are deviating for this specific request.
Well, and I think we'd be happy to take the brick retaining wall back a little bit further too, if that helps us find a good balance between where the fence starts. But our concern was taking that brick wall back too far. It might not last long because there's trees there that are growing underneath that area too. So we felt like the fence would be a good way to create a visual barrier. We know it's not creating any visual privacy, but it is creating a barrier just to keep people off their property.
Yeah, for the record, I think the fence is great. I would just like to check with staff to make sure the material and the location of how that fence is run is deemed appropriate, but otherwise, I'm fine. Thank you for clarifying, Shelley.
There's no drop off or anything there, so it doesn't even have to be 3 feet if you guys want something shorter. But I think from, cost standpoint, 36 inches is probably like a 30 or 36 would be the standard height. It would be easy to purchase without having to do something custom.
Yeah, I think your reference there reflects what we have in our guidelines, so I think you're fine. For fences and walls, it's section 8.6, number 5. No.
Now,
4.
beyond that, around the backyard is a privacy fence, but we're not touching that or proposing any changes to that. We just want to tie from that fence to the brick wall at the front.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Do you all have anything you want to say before we close?
Maybe just one thing on slide, I believe it's slide 10. There's a picture Shelley included of a house that shows the brick retaining wall. They're a corner house, and so they have a brick retaining wall along the front and along the side, so both along Worthington Avenue and Park Avenue. Yes, there. And they were featured, I think, on the top of the Dilworth magazine a year ago for their restoration to a historic charm. And so I believe or I would assume that one would have been approved as well. And it shows the red brick up against the sidewalk on both Park Avenue and Worthington Avenue. And that house
Yes.
is in our block as well. There's 9 houses total, and the others are business in our block, and everybody's retaining wall of the 9 houses that have a retaining wall are directly against the sidewalk.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. We appreciate that. Now we will close for deliberation. All right. Who wants to lead us in discussion on this one? Commissioner Walker?
I have a question. Oh, I can't ask a question. It's in discussion.
We can open if you think it's necessary.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Just close so it's fresh. Would you like for me to reopen? Okay, we'll reopen.
Thank you very much. The top of the cheek walls, did you say what that material was proposed to be?
It would all be brick. I think the difference would be whether or not you allow us to keep that CMU retaining wall behind the brick or not. If we have to take the CMU out and it's just a brick retaining wall, it'd be 8 inches thick with a single row of brick on top of it. If we can keep the backup wall, then it would have to be 12 inches. So we'd have to do a brick and a half on top.
And what had been there was concrete, right?
The step from the public sidewalk.
The topping of the cheek walls by the front entrance, those.
Yes, that originally was all concrete, but we're hoping to propose that it's all brick, so everything is brick.
Thank you.
And that, oh, you're talking, I'm sorry, I totally missed what you were
No,
asking.
I think you answered me.
You're
You
talking
said
about
that the top of the cheek walls up by the
Yes.
entrance will be brick, or that's.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the steps of the sidewalk. Yeah, the cheek walls had originally a brick base and a concrete cap, and the concrete caps have been removed because they were falling apart. So we're just proposing to put back another stone or concrete cap to match what was there.
So you could go either way.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Shelley. We will reclose. Commissioner Walker.
I think the applicant has shown precedent for maintaining this wall against the sidewalk, not only historically to the house, but I think they mentioned 9 homes in the vicinity have the same scenario. So that part of the application I feel okay about. That was my start.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Barth.
Looking at the images from what's been done already, I'm struggling with this so much because I just don't see how brick could be added to the CMU that's existing without building it over top of the existing sidewalk and over the property line.
Agreed.
I wouldn't recommend thin veneer here.
Again, we need to be kind to Joyce. Let's speak up and clearly, and we're tired, but this.
So I struggle with that. Can everybody hear me? I do, I tend not to agree with the guideline of the planting strip in front of the retaining walls because we see it so much in these neighborhoods, but the fact of the matter is it is a guideline. So that's where I stand.
I'm thinking about the example that they brought up, and I remember us talking about the house on Dilworth East, and I was firmly in that camp. And I believe it was Commissioner Heineman said it really would look out of place because within the context of that streetscape, everything was abutting the sidewalk, which it gave it. It allowed us to make an exception for that because it was in keeping with the context of the neighborhood or of the street scape. So that is where I struggle because we did make that call before. And you know, that mixed with the fact that historically it was there. Granted, as I said before, you know, once you remove it, you step into compliance. But we are all about context, and the context of the other retaining walls along this street are the same as what's currently there. I completely agree with you, Commissioner Barth, on having a little heartburn about putting a brick facade on the CMU. I don't think that we should be doing that. But as far as allowing it to go out further and abut the sidewalk, we've done it. So Commissioner Goodwin.
I think my battery is dead. Yeah, we build brick walls all the time with CMU back. It makes it much stronger. Also, the property line is already.
Will you say that again, Commissioner Goodwin? And we don't have Tansy, we have someone new, so speak up clearly and slowly,
Okay.
yeah, please. And remind me too.
It's not uncommon to build brick walls with CMU backer. It just makes the wall thicker and stronger. So unless the board has an issue with the staggered row lock on top, it just makes a stronger wall. Another thing about the property line is that it looks like the wall that was previously there was in the property line, because if you look at the survey, the property line is back from the edge of the sidewalk. So you would have to back it up. You would almost have to create the planting strip that we're saying that may not be required, you know, to stay on the property. But again, I think there's precedent established because the wall was already there. And evidently, yes.
Just a question for you. The wall was there. Do you have a problem with the brick bleeding over into the sidewalk? I don't think it's about the CMU and the brick, but about the bleed over.
That's why I asked the question, earlier, trying to avoid the use of thin brick, perhaps a queen size brick would be helpful, but I think it looks like it's still going to overlap the sidewalk to some extent, but it's always been that way. So, and then I agree with you completely. I remember the case in Dilworth, and we looked up the street and down the street, and there was no planting strip, and it appears that there's precedent for this as well. And I also would be concerned about the tree going in and backing the wall up and doing the footers and everything that'd be required would definitely damage the tree roots, put that tree in jeopardy.
Okay. All right. I have a problem with the brick overlapping with the sidewalk. I don't have a problem with the retaining wall remaining where it is. What about the sidewalk and what about the other parts of this application? The porch stairs, the wing walls, the fence, the walkway.
I had a question.
Commissioner Bell.
I had a question on the fence. So I am familiar with the property, so I understand why they want to put the fence up, because it is next to one of the animal clinics that I take my dog to. My question is, though, when I was looking in the standards, do we typically, I think the materials they're selecting is fine. I think the reasoning is fine. And the examples that they provided from other homes in the neighborhood is totally fine. Do we normally support partial fences, like just putting up one side? Or is it something that we would ask to at least go around each side in the back? Or is it okay because it's on the side of a business? That's a question that I had for the commission.
Let's ask staff.
That's why it's
Staff,
before
sorry.
you, because I can't approve it as proposed. As I was talking about earlier, we can approve, rear yard fences tying in at the corner of the house, and this doesn't tie in, but continues into the front yard, which is defined front of the front porch. Front yard fences need to be no taller than 3 feet, and they need to enclose all 3 sides of a property. What I believe Shelley is arguing is that the retaining wall functions as the rest of that enclosure, even though, it's a drastic change in height and material and structure. So that's why it's before you, if you wish, because of the specific circumstances of this lot, its location next to an alley and a budding commercial, if you feel that that requires sort of a variance from what's written in the design standards, that is the purview of the commission. If you do decide that, just back up with reasoning why you decided that.
Thank you. So I guess I'm interested in other commissioners' opinions.
Based on that, what do you think, Commissioner Bell?
Well, I would be fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would be fine with it.
Commissioner Barth?
I don't know that we normally have an instance where a fence just stops and is hanging out there, usually returns into something, corner of a building, or something of that nature. So I'm to use a pun, I'm on the fence about
it. I am not for it. All right, I am not on the fence about it. Commissioner Wheat?
I think with the circumstances presented with the commercial property and that it will go to the retaining wall, I'm fine with getting an exception for it.
Okay, Commissioner Goodwin.
I agree with Commissioner Wheat. If this is a wrought iron fence and it's no more than 3 feet tall, it's not going to have a lot of presence to it. It'll be fairly transparent. And given the alley and the commercial property, I would be in favor of it.
Okay, Commissioner Walker.
I'm in favor of it as well, for just those reasons.
Okay, Commissioner Barth.
I have a question for Commissioner Goodwin. The CMU retaining, I have a huge problem with, I think it needs to be faced with something, obviously. Brick, brick is proposed, so we'll go with that. Could the applicant come back with would it be as structurally sound to come back with a 4-inch CMU and then a 4-inch brick veneer, so that we remain outside of that sidewalk and aren't encroaching even more into the public domain?
If I was constructing this, that would be my preference.
I know you're closed, but can I interject one clarification?
We are closed, Shelley, but we will reopen. You have the floor.
I just want to clarify that front retaining wall is exactly where it was. If you go back to the pictures where where you can see that CME retaining wall, you can still see.
I'm so sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you. We've covered that part. So
yeah, so like that is where the retaining wall is or was currently. So we're not, like, you can see the parging that's on it there now from where the brick used to be on the face of it. So the brick did overlap the sidewalk historically. So we can put a full brick there and it could still overlap and it would be back exactly where it was.
One of the reasons I am okay with this abutting the sidewalk is because that's the context of the other retaining walls along this strip. Do they also overlap on the sidewalk?
That I'm not sure about, but the CMU was already there, part of it. So we're not proposing something new here. It had brick on it before and it overlapped already.
As I said earlier, historically it was there, but when you start messing with it, the general rule is to bring it into compliance. So
Understood.
I'm good with that. What I'm not good with is having it overlap on the sidewalk. Over the sidewalk.
Can I clarify something with the applicant? Shelley, so you're saying that and I may have totally misunderstood this, but the CMU was part of the previous retaining wall, or that was new? That was put back new?
Yeah, you can see the old the leftover mortar that's there on the face of it. So that's the old. And there's a new 4-inch row on top of it, but what's below that is all original.
And it had brick.
Yeah. You can see sort of the faint outline of where the brick sat on the sidewalk.
If you put the brick over the sidewalk, and I would not want to do that, but then again, I think that I don't think that it would be very helpful to have them, rip that up and redo it. And by the time if you do put the brick over the sidewalk, by the time you have a mortar joint at the bottom, you won't know that it's on top of it, or if it's behind it, you really won't see the difference.
Yes, I mean, obviously we want to do whatever you guys feel that needs to be done, but since this is already there, I would, ask to please keep in mind that like we're trying not to reinvent the wheel here and not do more work than is necessary.
Thank you, Shelley. Christy?
You are reviewing this plan as if it has not been done.
We are reviewing the plan as if it has not been done. My challenge is it is not like they just built that retaining wall, right? It was there before.
Yeah, we're basically just refacing it. And they added 1 row of 4-inch block on top of that. We can take that back off if we need to. They raised it just a little bit so that we can get all the grade leveled out behind it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That was very helpful, Shelley. Anything else before we close?
No, I guess just to talk about that fence again, it sounded like everybody was okay with that, but yeah, the reason we picked that was because it is kind of transparent and we're just trying to create a barrier there and we're not trying to enclose the yard. We're just trying to create a barrier.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let's reclose.
Just to give a little more context, they were originally planning to put stone on top of the retaining wall, and that's when kind of the stop work order happened. And that goes back to what Shelley said earlier about the steps. You can see that they had started facing it with stone.
Okay.
And so that's sort of been the evolution.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for that.
And we have 2 more cases we absolutely have to get through this evening, and it is 6.
We're at 6:20 and I have a hard stop at 7. So that means that we should finish this one.
And get through 2 more.
All right. Okay. So we did close. If we didn't, we are now. Okay. So let's start making a motion. Let's at least start crafting something and see what happens. Okay. Commissioner Barth, I'm going to ask that you take the lead on this one.
Let me just organize my thoughts here.
Sure.
Did Jill Walker start a motion already? Did I misunderstand that?
No, she was, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, I would like to approve this project as presented with the following conditions and pieces of information. We are approving the replacement of the veneer on the already existing retaining wall due to its apparent failure and its proximity to large maturing tree on the right-hand side of the property, and to avoid any further damage to said tree. .6 That's what that is in reference to for retaining walls and fencing. Would approve the brick steps as presented and would leave it up to the applicant whether the cap for the cheek walls at the porch be brick or concrete. As for the is for the steps at the sidewalk and cheek walls that were removed. Actually, I would seek help of my other commissioners, was this deemed to be failing and needed a replacement?
One more time, Commissioner Barth.
Were these old concrete steps and cheek wall at the sidewalk deemed to be failing and needing replacement? No, this is at the side. This is at the sidewalk. Well, as part of my motion, I would approve this for consistency, approve brick steps to matching the rebuilt retaining wall veneer.
Based on what standard?
Perhaps 8.2?
Not number 7.
Oh, let's go. Number 2?
Yeah, I think that would be a good one, number 2, and I would also put in Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
Secretary of Interior
Secretary of Interior Standards.
Standards.
2.5.
Chairman's mentioned standards 2.5. Jeez, it's late and I'm losing my brain. Would also like to approve the proposed barrier fence per standard 8.6. Where did I say number 4? And to work with staff as far as locating and terminating that fence on site.
Do you want to say why you're making an exception?
Due to the contextual issues related to this house, and because the fence is a continuation of the perimeter retaining wall.
And that it adjoins a commercial
Yeah,
area.
that was
I think
my
I think
context,
we
yeah.
need that
because
specific.
because of the site's proximity to a commercial establishment.
There you go.
Okay. So motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any further discussion of the motion? All right. Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Let the record show Commissioner Wojcik has left the room. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati? No. So motion to approve passes 5-1. All right.
I'm going to send Jill to go get our missing people while I get set up. We need to hear number 11-1113 Myrtle about tree removal and 1918 Woodcrest. So we can do this, but it's, yeah.
Thanks, commissioners, we're leaving.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
But that also means that we will not get to any of the cases that we had scheduled for this special meeting. So they will be heard at the beginning of the February meeting. Okay. Okay, Chris will take over for you. Great. So why don't we go ahead and move along to, well, who's ever here first, we will hear. Either Jonathan Hankin or Scott. Please make yourself known.
Here, Jonathan Hankins here.
Hi, John. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we need to swear you in. And Scott, if you're listening, please be sworn in too. Kim?
All right, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony, excuse me, just a moment, please forgive me. One more time with feeling. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
We are missing our attorney, but I am confident that we can get started without him and he will join us when he is ready.
Sure thing.
Okay. This application is for tree removal and replanting at 1113 Myrtle Avenue. This map is not correct. I need to point out this is 1113 Myrtle Avenue. It does not contain these other two parcels. It is just this parcel right here. And the applicant has provided existing conditions. The trees in question are on the border between his property and Myrtle Square, and they're right up here towards the sidewalk. They are hackberries. And they're also shown this cluster of trees right here. Hi, Thomas. Please note for the record that Thomas Powers has joined us. Here are some more pictures of existing conditions. You can see the public sidewalk right here, and this is Myrtle Square right back there. So with that, Jonathan, I'm going to turn it over to you to explain the removal and the your replanting plan.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much.
And if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
My name is Jonathan Hankin. I'm the owner of 1113 Myrtle Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203. As a little background, this is a new construction home. I purchased this in January of 2022. The 4 hackberry trees in question are the same are in the same condition that they were when I bought the house in January of 2022. You know, the builder didn't want to go through the process of having those removed and replaced, and so that's why I'm here today to ask for your permission to have all 4 removed and then have those replaced with trees with 4 southern magnolias, which were on the approved list that was given to me as far as the replanting goes. Yep, there's a survey there showing that where the trees are going to go in the same spot that they are, that the 4 trees are being removed. So they'll just be lined up on the left side of the property there. And then I also, if you keep going down a few slides, if you go to slide 11 for me, please. Showing pictures of the southern magnolias that we're going to be planting there. Again, I'll plant them in a row on that side. And if you go to the next slide for me, please, 12. I did find an arborist, certified arborist, and on the slide 13, I attached their letter showing that those trees are dead and they have they in fact have poison oak all over them as well too. So given the fact, and you know, he did point out the fact there's a lot of construction around there, which is probably why those trees are deceased now. So with fear of them falling and obviously them being dead and having poison oak all over them, I think that was mainly my reason in asking permission to have them removed and replaced.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this?
No, we have no callers.
All right. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, thank you. I do, and thanks for showing up here. Would you consider a different tree species? And I ask that because the hackberry is a canopy tree, and the replacement of a canopy tree with a magnolia does not provide the same shade experience that the hackberries in their healthy state would have.
Yeah, I'm absolutely open to. I haven't purchased any trees or anything like that yet, so I'm definitely open to a different species of tree. I mean, that's absolutely fine. I defer to your, I guess, to what you would suggest would look good or would be approved for that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I concur with that. A southern magnolia needs to have a very, very wide berth, and I don't think you have that on this property. And you don't want to be trimming the lower limbs of a southern magnolia. So I think a different replacement would be in order.
All right, Commissioner Bell.
And I also concur was one of my questions. Additionally, I noticed in this report that the construction was approved because the trees were going to be protected, but I didn't see a protection plan or any photos indicating that they were protected, or did I miss
We
something?
don't have anything indicating they were.
Okay,
Okay.
so I noted,
So this is, I know it gets complicated, but this is also a new property owner. So,
oh,
yeah.
And I wasn't the one that contracted with the builder to build this house. So I built this house after it was already completed, or I bought this house after it was already completed.
okay. So I respect the fact that there is an arborist report, but it does clearly state that the trees died because of construction. And that's where we are today.
Yeah.
So that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Hi, thank you. I was wondering, I know it says that there's 4 trees, but do we really think that there's 4 trees? Because they're clustered such that would they just kind of have been sprouts from something? I mean, normally you wouldn't plant 4 trees within 2 feet of each other.
Yeah, I had the very same question. I didn't think it was 4 trees either. I thought it was either 1 or 2, but the arborist had wrote it up as 4, so I assumed that it was 4. I could get clarification on how many trees that is, in fact.
So from a replacement standpoint, we're gonna go by what is proper for new vegetation, correct? Which may not be appropriate with the amount of space that we would have.
Right.
I would agree with that, for
Do you
sure.
know, Jonathan, do you know how many linear feet of, or kind of square footage we're talking about in terms of space for the plantings to go back into?
I don't.
Well,
As
that
far as
tells
how to,
me. Yeah,
yeah, go ahead right there.
yeah, like 22 by 7.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, so in that instance, 2 trees really would suffice. And I would also like to say, I commend this homeowner for coming before us to try to remediate a problem that it doesn't seem like he had anything to do with. So I just applaud you for your efforts here.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we close? Jonathan, anything you'd like to say before we close?
No, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, we will now close for deliberation. Commissioner Walker, will you take the lead on this?
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion if
Yeah.
everybody's okay with that. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the removal of these trees and that the homeowner replace, given the space, replace with 2 canopy trees from the approved species list that I tried, well, from the approved species list with approval by staff.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by?
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bell. Did you, I don't think you included a standard.
Yeah, let me go with 8.5, number 1, and number 6.
8.5, number 1, and 8.5, number 6. Okay, Commissioner Bell, are you still good with that?
Yes, thank you.
All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati? Yes. Motion to approve passes 7-0. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
And let the record show that I, Commissioner Parati, have a hard stop at 7. I'd love to review this beautiful new construction, but I will leave it to.
Not doing new construction. We're doing 1918 Woodcrest, which is an after-the-fact driveway, which should be very
That
quick.
should be very quick. I can stay for that one.
Well, I thought you could. I wondered why.
It's one heck of a day, Christy.
It's okay.
All right.
Good.
Okay, I'm here.
We're gonna tag Thomas out and welcome Jill Sanchez Myers back. Scott, I believe, is with us. Candace, can you make sure he can talk with us?
Can you hear me?
Hi, Scott. Thank you so much for your patience and for hanging in there with us. Were you just sworn in? Did you raise your hand and say yes?
I did, but you guys probably couldn't hear me.
It's okay if we couldn't hear you. We're going to take your yes as confirmation. This next application is 1918 Woodcrest Avenue. It's an after-the-fact driveway and front yard parking. And again, just a reminder that the project is, when it's after the fact, you're reviewing the project as if the work has not been done on its merits and how it does or does not meet the design standards. Let's see here. The pictures start existing conditions. Now, with me just saying that, the existing condition pictures do show the project in place. So, sorry to be a little confusing, but you see existing conditions on page 4, and then you see the pre-existing conditions on page 5. So, with that, Scott, I'm going to turn it over to you to explain the project and the request. If you would start with your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and please spell your last name for her.
Sure. It's Scott Azaroff, Azaroff. My address is 1536 Ideal Way, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Scott, I apologize to everyone online. I was not sharing the screen. So let me just share that. There we go. We're on slide 4, and I also referenced slide 5 in my intro. So Scott, let me know where you'd like to go.
This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. So it's a shared driveway as you face the house with my neighbor to the left. You can see the painted white house there. If you want to go to kind of what it was previously, it was a shared driveway that I would say was maybe a car and a half wide. So you could never actually fit 2 cars side by side. So it basically became a who got there first and was not usable by both homeowners. When my neighbors bought their home and I met them, I approached them about fixing the driveway because not only was it not functional, it also was heavily deteriorating and broken up in many places. And they agreed to share the cost of putting in a new driveway. And when that was done, we discussed expanding it so we could both properly use the driveway and not be, kind of on top of each other or having to park kind of front and back as opposed to side. I do know I've spoken with staff that any stretch of the driveway in front of my front porch constitutes as front yard parking. And I know that's why we are here today. I do believe I provided some examples of a home just a few doors down from mine where they also are basically in a similar situation of a shared driveway where they've then somewhat expanded it to be kind of makeshift front yard parking. It's probably one of the last maybe 10 or no, sorry, probably go all the way to the end would be my guess. Yeah, there you go. So
Slide 11.
correct. Yeah, you can see where that car is parked is in front of the home, which would be as kind of as defined as front yard parking. But you can see it's a similar situation where there's not a paved driveway there, but between those two homes is a shared driveway. You can see the remnants of the kind of apron to the street. But it seems like a similar situation to what I'm dealing with, where it's a shared driveway but it was never really, well, maybe it was functional at some point in time, but I would say with modern vehicles, and most homes having multiple vehicles, it's no longer functional. So I was requesting some relief on the width of the driveway as is, and I think I proposed, forget exactly what it was a few months ago, but I think it was like 18 inches from the existing driveway, the section that's in front of my front patio now, to better comply, but still maintain the functionality of the shared driveway. Yeah, and I think the other component of this is, I believe, the Historic Commission wants a driveway that goes to the rear corner of the house, and that would be kind of both properties. But I would say functionally, and I think there's also supposed to be relief off the side of the house, but you can see kind of what was left was the only kind of, along the side of my house, there's a small, I mean, call it sidewalk portion. You can see that was the only piece kind of going to the rear that was still in okay shape. The rest of it was just bits and pieces and crumbling. But on the other side of my neighbor, there's no evidence that there was ever kind of driveway going back there. And I don't think it would serve any functional or kind of cosmetic benefit to just pour more driveway to go to the rear of both homes, as opposed to kind of how it currently sits with grass. But yeah, I think my proposal was to cut down on the overlap of the driveway and my front porch to minimize that impact, to ensure that the driveway remains functional for both homeowners, but understand that there would still be a slight overlap of the driveway and my front porch.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Scott?
I think that's probably it.
Okay, Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line?
We have no one.
Okay. Scott, when you, I understand the headache that you get when you have a shared driveway. I also have a shared driveway, and we bought the house anyway. So tell me, when you went and you decided that you loved the house and you saw that it had a shared driveway, what'd you think?
For full context, this was never my primary residence. This has been a rental of mine. But I would say it wasn't as concerning, but I think maybe it was more because I never lived there. But I think in reality, what was happening is, at my property, people were basically having 2 of their 4 tires parked in the grass of the front yard because the shared driveway could not properly accommodate 2 cars side by side. Whereas my previous neighbor next door, when I first bought the home, they would primarily take the driveway and then kind of force, anyone on my side to be parked in my front yard. So when new homeowners bought the house next to me, and I spoke with them and they were in agreement to redo the driveway, that was obviously a big piece of ensuring it was functional for both of us.
Sure. Now that you know what you know about our standards, can you tell us why we should make an exception for you?
I mean, I think I don't, and I've gone back and forth with staff and they came out to my house and we met in person, and I just don't know what other options would make sense to have a functional driveway for both homeowners. Because really, in its previous state, it can only serve one or the other. So when I was discussing with staff, I was like, I'm open to what can be done or what I can modify, but I think the kind of overarching goal is how do we continue to make sure that it's fully functioning and serving its intended purpose and still, looks good, and complies. So that was really my overarching goal. Just trying to provide a functional driveway for both owners and obviously doing what I can to accommodate the historic guidelines as well.
Okay. All right, Scott. Any other questions, commissioners?
I have a question.
Commissioner Bell?
You mentioned that people that didn't find a space in the original driveway would park on the lawn. Can you share a little, I see on slide 8, some street parking. Can you share a little information about the street parking in the neighborhood? Because often when I go to a friend's home and there's not always enough parking, even though the driveway may be bigger than a historical neighborhood. So we would park on the street. So is there a reason that maybe people who were staying at your home thought the first option was parking on the lawn instead of the street?
So I think if you go to the original reference picture, so you can kind of see where the grass is dead and it looks like a tire track right alongside. So this kind of predates me having, this is before I acquired the property. That was a previous tenant. But I would say I think you're describing more like if someone was having guests over, parking in the street. I think to me, the driveway is more for the people who are actually living in the home on a full-time basis, as well as my neighbors having, off-street parking in a secure fashion. I would say there generally is street parking available. But I think, again, it's kind of general preference for the resident of the home, especially when there is a driveway, to be able to park in the driveway and be off-street.
I'll just clarify my question. Often in the historic neighborhoods, historic buildings, everything is a little smaller. So while I appreciate and support the notion that if you're residing in a home, one would assume that you would have parking in the driveway, but that's not always the case given the space constraints that we often find in our historic neighborhoods. So while I did reference people visiting a friend, the historic neighborhoods are a little different than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bell. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, hey, Scott. There are other houses on that street, I believe, that have no driveways, aren't there?
I believe every home has a driveway. Now, many of them are gravel or not paved, but I'm fairly certain almost all of them have a driveway.
Okay, because I've done a Google map and it looks like there's one or two that don't have a driveway.
For context, the home on the other side of me that doesn't share the driveway is just a gravel. They have a driveway, but it is not paved. It's just gravel.
Because I know there's some streets in Dilworth, I think Kingston or Worthington, where there are houses that don't have any driveways, so homeowners have to park on the street, which, as Noel was saying, that's kind of part of the historic district absence of charm, or
Any other questions, Commissioner Walker?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, hey Scott, just a question. So am I understanding that the driveway moved to the right 53 inches? Is that about how far it moved to the right?
I have a measurement somewhere.
Because it says that 53 inches is in front of your porch and
Correct.
before.
That was added. So if you look at the historical one, the previous driveway ended from a kind of width perspective at the corner of the front porch.
All right. Any other questions, Commissioner Goodwin? Any other Commissioner Wojcik?
Scott, can you tell me how much space is in between your two houses?
I think I had that measured. Yeah, 17 feet and 3 inches.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we close that have not already been asked? Scott, anything you want to say before we close?
I think just to address the comments, this home is in Wilmore. I know there were some comments about streets in Dilworth where people do not have driveways. I would say in this part of Wilmore, as mentioned, I believe the vast majority, if not all homes, have a driveway, whether or not it's paved. So just want to make kind of for consistency of this part of historic district, driveways seem to be commonplace.
And to that point, shared driveways also?
Shared driveway is much more rare. I think I only found the one that's a few doors down for me and maybe one or two others when I was driving around. And that was kind of the challenge of there are really not many shared driveways in Wilmore. And as seen, the one that's a few doors down for me they haven't done anything about it, but they ultimately face the same issue that I do, where one car is basically forced to park in their front yard, which I think is slide 11.
Yeah. A shared driveway. Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Scott. We will close now for deliberation. Commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Wojcik.
I wanted to tell you guys that a standard garage door size is 15, 16, and 18 feet. So if you reference that and two cars being able to pull in next to each other, and he's saying that they had 17 feet 3 inches between the two houses, there is actually enough room to park two cars next to each other.
Just want to encourage the commission to reference your design standards and the requirements, and that we don't have a requirement, as far as cars being able to park next to each other. Requirement is the driveway runs to the back of the house. If they were to do that in this instance, you could park behind the houses. That's what, just full transparency, that's what staff suggested as a fix. And the applicant wanted to come to the commission, and that's why he's here. But we had gone through, a lot of solutions to try and help them fix the issue and bring it into compliance, and keep it off of the commission agenda. But it's always an applicant's purview. If it's not something staff can approve, they can come to y'all.
And being someone who has a shared driveway, I am going to point to our design standards, sidewalks and parking, pages 8.2 to 8.3, number 6 and number 8. Do not place paved areas for parking in the front yard. In smaller scale residential parcels, driveways that stop at the original building facade are viewed as front yard parking pads and thus are prohibited. All driveways for residential uses should extend to at least the rear building line. Number 8, do not pave up to the foundation. A planting strip approximately 12 to 24 inches wide should be left between the drive and house. So unless there's an exception or reason to grant one, I think we have a motion. Who wants to write it? Commissioner Barth?
I could do it. I would ask if this would be a continuance so we could see how they would propose going to the backyard. In my mind, we're not going to allow front yard parking.
I think that, Christy, if we deny this, can they still come to you for to get the driveway in compliance?
Absolutely. They can, so the process is they could appeal it, or they submit a new application, or if they don't do anything, then we restart the enforcement process to require an application.
And if we continue it, like Chris Barth says, Commissioner Barth says, how does that, how?
You would continue, I mean, I imagine, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You're just asking for a site plan that shows.
Well, so let me ask, so if we deny this and request that they work with staff on figuring out rear yard parking, and they have to remove the portion of driveway that's in front of the house, then they could work with staff to developing a shared driveway to the back and a parking plan associated with that?
That meets the design standards,
Correct.
yeah, and,
Okay.
you know, we would go by, there needs to be space left between each of the houses as you go back. You know, we don't usually do double width, access, so if you want to allow that, I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can go with this. It's up to you.
So I'm comfortable pushing this to staff. So my motion, I'd like to make a motion to deny this application as it relates to standards 8.2, number 6 and 8, I guess, as well as number 3, and would suggest that the applicant work with staff in developing a driveway plan that meets a standard 8 so that the driveway does not go up to the house, and number 6, 6, so that we don't have parking in front of the house, and they can always come back to the commission if we need to rework this.
Can I ask, would you give me direction on the apron? It was widened as well.
I'd suggest that the apron matches, after they go to you with the offsets from the house,
Okay.
that the apron matches the widest point of the driveway.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
All right, wonderful motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Wheat. Any discussion of the motion? But speak into,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I would just ask if you could add guideline 8.3, number 9, which speaks to locating parking to the rear.
Accepted.
Friendly amendment accepted. Are you still good with that, Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, any further discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 7-0. All right, thank you, Scott. Chrissy and the staff are really helpful, so. All right, let's vote on minutes before we leave, okay? So
Before you do that, could you just announce that we're, not hearing cases 1, 2, and 4, number 3 fell off. We'll hear them at the beginning of the February agenda.
Sure. Okay, so we will not be hearing cases 1, 2, and 4 this evening. Case number 3 dropped off of the agenda. We will hear cases 1, 2, and 4 first thing at our February meeting. All right, now let's vote on minutes. We have minutes from December 14th's meeting and November 9th's meeting. Who reviewed November 9th? I'm sorry? Who was on? Okay, awesome.
Noel
Thank
and
you.
Krista.
Commissioner Bell?
I didn't have any changes.
Okay, so you want to make a motion?
I will make a motion that we pass the meeting minutes of November 12th,
All right,
2022.
thank you. Last year. Commissioner Bell made the motion. Who wants to second?
Second.
Commissioner Barth, any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve November's meeting minutes passes 7-0. Who read December's?
I did.
All right, Commissioner Wheat.
I have one note on page 3 under the motion continued. It says standard 6.3, number 1, and I believe it should say 6.13, number 1.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Wheat. So that's in the record. So you are going to make a motion now?
I'm making a motion to pass the December meeting minutes with the edit I just made.
Perfect. Motion made by Commissioner Wheat, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Walker. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, Commissioner Bell?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve December's minutes with the correction made by Commissioner Wheat passes 7-0. All right. Now, just a moment. We've reached the end of our meeting. If there is no further business to discuss, is there further business to discuss? All right, with no further business to discuss, we will adjourn this meeting at 7:04 p.m. Thank you so much.
And thank you, everybody, for having a second meeting and getting through our January agenda. Really, really appreciate everybody coming. No, seriously, thank you. Thank you.